Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our really very special event for our dear friend, my dear friend as well, David Bones Canon. Speaking right now on behalf of David's widow, Leanne, his daughter Amber, his sons Nick and Josh, and their entire family, as well as David's friends. They've been very active participants in this. They're watching and listening to this, and they wanted to offer heartfelt and very sincere appreciation to everyone who has helped to make this event happen in the special way that it is. That thank you extends to everyone here at RTG, but also beyond to every other league and driver in the sim racing community that David connected with or was part of, whether they could be present today for this event or not. David contributed so much time, love, and effort into this community on the track and especially off the track that has enhanced all of our lives and this entire community. It's no shock at all to see this tremendous outpouring of respect and showing for him, and Leanne and the family just really wants to let you know they appreciate it. They know all of you. They hear, when you talk to Leanne, it's like talking to David. And she's, as you hear me getting again busted up, it's hard for her right now, as everybody understands. You'll hear me later ramble on about all the racing stuff, and the RTG, because that's important. But he was so much more than that to me and to everybody else. And tonight we're going to celebrate that. So grab your popcorn, probably a tissue, and let's do this right. Let's do something and show Bones what he meant to this whole place. And thank you again, everybody, on behalf of the family and everybody here at Rolling Thunder Gaming.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Flatout Racing Network's very special coverage of the Bones 00300 tribute race in memory of the life and legacy of David Bones Canon. I'm Seth Cole, and soon I will be joined by my broadcast colleagues as you will see over 40 drivers participate in 2 qualifying races to attempt to make the main event to run in the Bones 00300 special event. Those events, though, are scheduled to take place at 7 o'clock. Over the next 2 hours, you will have the opportunity to hear a number of members of the F2003 online community, specifically in the Rolling Thunder Gaming family, as they are going to regale you with their own personal stories on how their lives were touched by David Canon. For a number of these individuals, they will be participating tonight, many of which did these interviews. They would love to be a part of it, but unfortunately they will not be able to take the green flag in tonight's festivities. Over the last 48 hours, I've had the opportunity to interview these numerous gentlemen, and it's incredible in simple, small ways how David Canon went above and beyond the roles of an administrator, a league owner. He was a mentor, he was a friend who was always there, willing to listen and willing to help. These are the stories of David Bones Canon as told by several individuals that were able to tell them to me in interview form. Over the next hour, you will be hearing about the life and the legacy behind the screen of David Canon. Well, behind all of these big events, whether it's a memorial race, a tribute race, a race for a cause, these special events always have a chief organizer behind them. And I'm privileged to have the chief organizer of this event running here tonight, Sean Prime, member of RTG staff, close friend of David Cannon. Sean, I know that we're doing this on Friday. I know that tomorrow night you're going to be running around like a chicken with your head cut off, trying to get everything all organized and whatnot. So I appreciate taking the time here to join me here for this interview.
No, I'm happy to do it, Seth. And before we even open the can and get rolling down the road here, it wasn't an operation of just me. I got a heck of a group to thank and help, and we'll be hearing about that. But I want to thank you, Seth, because there's an organizer. Yeah, I've been doing typing and complaining and talking too much stuff. But Seth has stepped up, and this production that we're seeing tonight, and a lot of this is Seth's work and Seth's dedication, and we are indebted to him. I cannot appreciate that enough for your efforts in this, Seth, before we even get down to going while we're all here, because I know you had a great relationship with David, as everybody here did. That's why we're all here. But we are really appreciative, Seth, of what you and FRN have done for us with this event.
I'll tell you, it's absolute privilege to be able to do it for sure. And as you said, yeah, not maybe not as much on a personal level as a lot of other people that I've had the privilege interviewing here in the last couple of days, but definitely on a business level and everything, and then also on a racer level too. I've had the opportunity to be able to race against David in the past as well, so definitely can speak for myself, and I've had some people that have said, "Man, we really want to be a part of this broadcast team for this special event." So, privileged to be able to put the effort into this from our end. Sean, let's go right back to the beginning when you first encountered David Cannon, because yeah, this Rolling Thunder Gaming, it's been 20 years. The longevity of this and the fact that it's still thriving, still competitive, and everything is incredible. Talk about the first time that you encountered David Cannon and how that first encounter ended up blossoming into the relationship that you had with him.
Well, it is a bit of a story, but a good one. As you said, this community, it expands more than individual leagues and series and stuff like that. I was actually racing at another league, with a bunch of great guys. Some of the guys are still here over here now and have done today in this community. And we heard about this event called the NRT 500, the previous version of before Race LM, of a server lobby. So our group there, Tool Pro Sim Racing at the time and Black Gold Sim Racing, we entered this event. And it was administered and operated over here at Rolling Thunder Gaming. And a guy came over here, and God, and it wasn't even David at first that I met. It was Josh Metallic and Tim Nosker and Jason Sheck, who I already had known because Jason had been racing with me over at the other place, and Wiley and all the guys, and of course Bones and Terry. And it just didn't take long to realize this is some operation. This is something that's what I was looking for when I thought I was coming into this. No knock on any place I had raced before, but this took it to a whole nother level. It was just a thing, and so then we shared servers, and then eventually, a bunch of us migrated right over here, and just because of what I do did in my career in person, I seem to find myself in positions of responsibility, and working with Josh and Tim and Jason and Wiley and all those guys, and of course Terry and David. I find myself doing this or that, and that leads us, and just getting to know David. The same thing you're hearing over and over again, I'm sure, is testimonials to the immediate connection. He's everybody's best guy, but to me, he ended up being so much more. So I'll just fast forward a little bit here, but I have to get to this Christmas Day now, and I have to dig in the archives, Seth. They're there someplace. I can't say if it's 2013, 2014, and I don't think it's 2015. I'm pretty locking in on 14, but Christmas Day, still got kids at home at that point, or adult kids or grown kids, and Bones calls me and says, "Hey, can you come on TeamSpeak?" I'm like, "Bones, it's Christmas Day. What could possibly be going on? Christmas Day." And he says, "Well, Terry and I got to talk to you. Can you just give us a few minutes?" So I did. I jumped into TeamSpeak Christmas Day, and here they are. And Bones goes to this whole thing, about this whole community and how it operates and how the guys here that become what we now call the staff, made their things, and the people that are willing to give hard work and stuff like that, and they say we want to make you an owner of this place, and that's where it started, and just following them, and which kind of put me in the position because Bones is the mayor and Terry was like the director of race operations, and sometimes they were like the two brothers fighting all the time, and here I am, the younger brother, but hell, we're all about the same age. I'm older than Terry and just a tick younger than Bones, so put me in the middle, but it was a great thing. And those guys, accentuated their positives and really accented each other. And that's why you see everything. And everything we have grew from that, but also these other people that they cultivated and that have all these things. And just the way things were done here based on their model. And I bought into that full, but to David and I just didn't take long. I had, because of my profession and stuff like that, just, I could be more comfortable talking and doing stuff here. And David was like my almost consigliere, and I had a high-powered, high-pressured thing, and you know, we just talk and we would just connect, and he would do that with everybody. He was, a special person.
Yeah, we've heard that, obviously, from an administrative role, from a racer role, but we've heard that David connected with a lot of people on a personal role as well. I want to jump back to what you were talking about on Christmas Day, getting notified that they wanted you to be an owner of RTG. How much pressure did you end up feeling being put into that type of a role, or with what you'd been able to establish already in a relationship with them, with Terry and with David, did that make it an easy transition up to that role?
Well, I think it was something that they had to really think about before doing, because it was new ground for them too. But I just followed in their footsteps, and again, they used my abilities of talking too much and typing too much and stuff like that as it means to an end as well. So, like I said, just kind of all worked together with me mainly following their lead, and all these other guys, you know, putting it all together as a group, with David, just the everything that glued it. He heard everybody's problems. He resolved everybody's conflicts. He'd put people in the room and you'd say, why would you do that? This guy with that guy, what could, it just can't go good. And he'd make it go good. And he would resolve that and he'd get these guys racing together. And his benevolent side, which I'm sure you're going to hear the stories, I've heard the stories, he followed the Dale Earnhardt model. There are things he did and things I won't even say that he did to help people, you know, from everything from, like I said, sending guys chairs or wheels. And Leanne, his wife, and I were just talking about his wheel that he has now. Um, I mean, he even conned me into buying a computer for somebody. The two of us went to half season, bought a whole computer for somebody to keep them racing and keep them part of this league. And that's just who David was. And he didn't share his struggles or his grief or his darn pain. And yeah, I'm upset with him for that. But because he put everybody first. He told us put our families first and stuff like that. But he put us as his family first.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing that's been a running trend of the interviews I've had, is people saying that David made this little corner of the Air 2003 community feel like a family. It's not you're showing up and racing with a bunch of guys or even racing with a bunch of buddies. You're racing with a bunch of family members in a sense, and that David was kind of that glue that brought everybody together from all these different leagues. I mean, you mentioned about coming over from a series. A number of other people that I've talked to ended up coming over from other series as well, and found a home here at RTG. I want to touch a little bit on what we prefaced here at the start of this interview. You've been pouring your heart and soul into getting this thing all organized, a tremendous undertaking in getting everything organized, not only in figuring out, who was going to be doing these interviews, figuring out who was going to be in each one of these qualifying races, which is something we haven't seen in a long time with qualifying races for a main event and the turnout that we've seen here. Talk about the feelings of that. Obviously there's got to be some feeling of pressure, but maybe also a sense of maybe not necessarily gratitude, but in the realizing the recognition that maybe even people that haven't regularly raced in RTG, but they know the name David Bones Cannon and they want to be a part of an event like this.
Well, I think you hit it right on the head. Whether they know him personally, which is just such a long list, or just know of him and how he did things. That's what you're going to see. And to me, I might look at it differently than most people. I don't know. I'm older and kind of past his prime guy. To me, this what we're doing right now, this part of it is the thing. The racing is certainly a thing, and it's going to go, and we can control it, and we know the guys want to put on a heck of a show for Bones. But you broadcast it every Thursday. The racing will be the racing, and when you put this many people together, some of them may not been up on the wheel for a while. It's going to be what we hope it can be. We are definitely going to race, and that's the whole thing with David. The part of the model of this thing is he didn't want anybody to go home, and I think I've told that story before, but for people who haven't heard it, on Thursday nights, we often have an overflow crowd, and we have to do what's called knockout qualifying. And David would look at the field and say, "Why? I'm not going to race here if it means somebody else that came here to spend their night racing with us has got to go home." And I would kind of follow his footstep, but he was the leader of that parade. And so when we did this event, there were two things that are uniquely Bones. We don't want to send a darn soul home. So we have the luxury, of two servers, and heck, we could have probably, as many servers as we want from Race LM or from the other leagues. But they all stepped up and wanted to help us out here, and we'd fill this TeamSpeak. And we don't want to send anybody home. Everybody that's showing up tonight is going to get at least one race. The majority of them are going to get to and advance to the main event. Unfortunately, we can't have everybody, and and nobody's locked in. If you read my FAQs, I mean, I could very easily go home and when my back feels right now, I'll be lucky to make the start. But that's just the way it is. But that's the way Bones would have liked it. He didn't want to see a single soul have to go home, and that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, I want to embellish on that a little bit because you and I have talked about David here the last few weeks and everything, and you regaled me with a story, and I want you to say it here as well, so that way the people watching know about this. That David seemed to actually have more fun trying to qualify for races, maybe more so than he did running the race itself, and hence why this implementing of the qualifying races for the special event.
Yeah, as we know and realized he was struggling more than we all any of us had known or realized. But his passion for racing, even though he was more mayor and put that racing to the side, he still loved doing it. He still loved his Talladega. And just for this past season 66, he was committed. He says, I'm going to race, but to race that many, he had to go through knockout qualifying. But he didn't just want to qualify his way into the race. He wanted to win knockout qualifying. He wanted to do the best he possibly could, and it just rekindled his passion again. And I can't tell you how many times he had me send him my record qualifying lap, and he said he ran. I mean, I don't know how many. I don't know if it's 100 times, but it seems like it was over and over and over. He was obsessed with it, and just wanted to get lower and lower and lower times. Even though he was well going to make it into the race, he was digging at it, and he was happy because he was really doing well. So that's kind of an added spark, and that's why in this race we're not going to lotto. Everybody's going to qualify. It's for position only. We're not going to send people home in the qualifying, but everybody's going to qualify.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely going to be an event I think that people are definitely going to remember for sure. I want to talk a little bit here about the administrative side now because from what I can remember when we first started broadcasting races here for RTG, Terry was still around. It was a couple of years and we unfortunately lost him. And then obviously David was the big one that we did a lot of the talking with as well in organizing what series were going to be broadcasted and all that. Now with the baton passed to you as really one of the primary owners left here, what does the future look like for RTG and how much from your experience with David plays into RTG going forward?
Well, that's the thing, and God, we had plans, plans we were supposed to take care of together. We were working that way, and this guy said he was struggling and looking to step back, and now we all know why. But like I said, we had an active plan, and we have active help, and like I said, we're going to get together after this memorial, and we're going to plot our future together. That we have things in place, and I'll let all the guys know where Bones was at and what we were doing. And this place runs, as Bones would say, he has it where it runs itself. This is a major undertaking, and man, just like that night, the darn night that he passed, and the things that people did and stepped up, and you guys, and put on a memorial right there in itself, which gave us the luxury of having the time to try to plan something of this, magnitude or type, to try to pull it off right. And like I said, I might be the mouthpiece and the guy typing too much, but I got a lot of help. I wouldn't be anywhere without it. These guys like, hey, Jeremy's phone, I should pay, in the old days I have to pay his phone bill because I'm blowing it up so much. But, I mean, the whole list: Josh, Rodney, Tim, Dante, Brian Schilling, Jeff Supta, Ron Hagelin. I don't want to miss a darn soul here. They all, Rodney, if I didn't get him, they everybody. It's all unfair. So, there's a couple guys, Bombards, Terry and Mitch, and Mitch is, doing it out of his way to make this really cool nightlight out of the winner's car, replica picture of the winner's car, which will go to them in addition to the trophy. Everybody here is, makes it happen, and that's why it runs itself. Once this is done, the racing operators run the racing operations, and then we just have to steer the ship. And like I said, we've had help. Bones and I have had a lot of help behind the scenes all throughout this, and it's we wouldn't be places without everybody that does their part. We all have our strengths, we all have our weaknesses, but like I said, Bones saw individual things in all of us that makes up this team.
It all just plays into just the endurance that RTG has had for these 20 years. And as we've documented, Bones has certainly been a big part into what RTG is today and even what it was 20 years ago. It seems like the ship has stayed the course and continues to be just as strong as it ever was. Sean, I obviously appreciate you taking the time here to be able to do this interview with me. I know that you're going to have 100 different things that you're going to have to do on race night. For any other closing thoughts that you might like to do, I'm going to open up the floor completely to you here to do it.
I do, and one guy I want to send a special shout out to, because he wouldn't want me to, Jason Scheck. Just the guy is more valuable here than anybody realizes. And just getting emotional. I don't want to do this stuff. Anyway, we have the damn best ever unpaid, completely volunteer group of freaking staff people to do things. That's why we're all here. We've been able to enjoy doing this drama free for the most part, and kicking butt and getting stuff done, and for all these years. And I hope that we just all can continue to do that. David said it's a great business model to follow. There is no question. And I just want to thank all those people, and thank everybody that's, here, everybody that's donated, interviewed, all those things that I've sent you, that you're, I'm sure, putting into this incredible display that's going on there. That I thank you and for all that work. I just sent him gobs of stuff, people, and for him to assemble and do it. Even had Rodney render some of Bones' old cars we pulled out of the archives. So, just like said, thanks to every single one of them. I hope I didn't miss a darn soul. Grant Wesley out there too on the iRacing side and helping out. Thanks, all of you.
Well, again, Sean, appreciate you taking the time to be able to regale some of your memories of David. I'm not even going to bother to wish you luck in the event because we know that the caliber of driver isn't just what this event means. That I feel like David's going to have a hand in this as well. He played a little havoc with our broadcast the night we had that memorial. I think he's going to be steering the ship, if you will, in this broadcast and this event um, coming up here this weekend. Really looking forward to seeing just how exciting a race it's going to be. And again, a tremendous credit to you for the organization, as you said, those other names as well that have helped out. Appreciate again taking the time here to be able to spend some time in this interview here.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, if the racing goes great for me, that's great. But my primary focus is that this event goes and that everybody gets to remember Bones. Thank you again, sir.
All right, we are here with David Day, and first off, David, appreciate you taking time here out of your day here to be able to be available for this interview. And obviously, we've seen you make some starts here in the last couple of seasons, last couple of years in the Talladega Challenge Series and everything. But what's some of the things you can regale to us in regards to David Cannon?
Yeah, thanks for doing this. We really wanted to run this race, and just prior commitments and stuff kind of keep us from doing it. As far as Bones goes, that guy, he was amazing. Anytime I needed anything, needed to bounce anything, any ideas off of him, he was there. We obviously haven't been around here for a while. Just busy doing the real racing thing, and he was super supportive of it. And anytime we wanted to BS and talk about anything like that, we could always come into TeamSpeak and talk with him. And it was nice to have that to kind of look forward to. But yeah.
How far back did your whole relationship here with the NR 2003 community with David go?
It goes back, man. I couldn't tell you. I can't remember exactly when I joined. It was a long time ago. I want to say it was 2005. But Terry and some of those other guys could probably help me. Probably even Ron and some of those other guys would probably remember. I know I was just a kid. I don't think I was supposed to be running here. And between Terry and Dave and some of those other guys back then, they let it happen. And then I got to know Dave a little bit more years and years as time went by. And I was a dumb little kid for a while, and between Dave and the rest of the guys, they always kind of stuck up for me, or gave me chances that I didn't really guess what's the word you know, expect to have. So I was really grateful for it.
Yeah, obviously, we've been talking in other interviews and everything as well about the longevity of Rolling Thunder Gaming, and obviously the dedication, the commitment of David Cannon and a lot of those other original admins and everything certainly helped that along. Now, something that maybe people wouldn't necessarily know is that you and I have actually raced together in the past in another pretty well-known big league known as FTF. Now they've since migrated over to iRacing, but you kind of consider the fact that a lot of these bigger leagues, these bigger organizations that people used to know about and now we kind of regale about when it comes to Air 2003, RTG has been a staple for 20 plus years. What do you think that kind of says to how they've been able to not necessarily adapt, but they've been able to be a cornerstone, if you will, of this community. And we continue to see more and more drivers, more and more people. I mean, you mentioned about being a kid when you joined RTG back in your early days of racing, and we see the generations continue to trickle in and continue to enter into the Rolling Thunder gaming community.
Yeah, I've said it from the beginning, and between going from Sim 500 and all those other places, it's I've said it from day one, and there's a lot of people that would that would talk a lot, but it's RTG being around as long as they have, and being consistently, in my opinion, the best place to race. Just because if there's anything that you don't like about rules, like change it at the end of the season, or or try, or you can talk to anybody whenever you need to, and people are there. uh the newer admins now, they're continuing that tradition. They're keeping that going. Dave was always really good at it. Harry, his brothers Ed and Tom, they were really good at it. And yeah, it's it's nice to see that it's still going and that we are getting newer people in. And I definitely want to do my part to help keep that going when we can. Hopefully we can run a lot more during the winter this winter, but we work and everything. It makes it a little bit difficult, but we're definitely going to try. That's for sure.
In all of these interviews that I've been doing, it seems like there always seems to be a new word to describe David. And with what you've been telling me, is it going too far outside of the realm of possibility that we can also add in the word mentor? Because it sounds like, they ended up bringing you in and kind of in a way gave you the opportunity to be able to, I guess, in a sense, grow as an online racer.
Yeah, 100%. As far as Terry and David go, like David took the reins in the later years and everything, and not even just the sim racing. I mean, yeah, he mentored me on a personal level as far as giving me advice when I needed it. And it didn't even have to do with the real racing stuff. It just had to do with life in general. And I will always be forever grateful to him for that. And whenever I moved up here, I was in a completely different spot. I didn't really like it, and he was one of three people that kept me up here and kept me going. And that just, like you said, that just attributes that to him even more. um why it kind of hurts a little bit to kind of think about that, you know not being around really anymore. So just I'm really grateful for it.
Yeah, definitely. I think a thing that a lot of people don't recognize, and we've heard yourself and a number of others comment on the fact that obviously he wanted to reach people on a driver level, but he also wanted to reach them on a personal level as well. He was genuinely concerned about what was going on in people's lives and everything. So a lot of people, I think we can easily say, don't take the time for that. Basically, they just see Air 2003 as, this is one thing, and then life's on another thing, and they see the people they race with as drivers, and they don't necessarily think about what goes on their day to day and show that genuine concern. It definitely seems like Bones was one of those rare people who did just that.
Yeah, he was 100% that guy. And I can't say it enough. He was always there anytime I needed anything. There was a point where when I moved up here early on, I not only did my computer blow up, but I like we fried something in the computer, and then after we got a new one, I had issues with my wheel. And as everybody knows, I used to run the Momos all the time, and I was very stubborn on not switching to the new G25s or 27s at the time. I just wanted to stick with the Momo, but then I couldn't find one for the life of me. And we were talking about it on TeamSpeak one night, and it didn't even occur to me that he was literally 3 hours up the road. And he came up and he was just like, hey, I got one sitting here. It's barely been used. It's been sitting in the garage in the box. It's like, okay. And he was like, dude, I'll just give it to you. Let's meet up and let's. I met the guy. It was amazing. At the time that was everything to me, right? Because I mean, we've been doing the online racing thing forever. You understand how it goes, and he was able to keep me going, and that meant a lot to me at the time. And it still means a lot to me, just the memory of it. Um, he got to meet him. He's super nice in person, just like he is on TeamSpeak or just online. And it's very grateful again for his personal relationship with everybody, me especially. And it'll be a hard time kind of coming in and running around without seeing him come in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, an incredible story right there as well. Just kind of showing the behind the scenes that Bones had for that genuine concern for everybody, and it just continues to show what maybe a lot of people didn't know about David Bones Cannon. It's bringing it to light here, and it's really cool to be able to hear these stories. David, I want to thank you for taking time here out of your day to be able to regale us some of this background about Bones. Appreciate you taking the time here to join me for this interview.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the time. And, we might not be racing this race this weekend, but we're definitely running the modified for him because he was a massive supporter for us. So shout out to his family. Hopefully your guys' race goes good, and we'll see you. We'll see you around.
We're here now with Rodney Sullins. If you don't know him by his driving on Thursday nights, you certainly know him by his paint schemes featured on more than half the field during our Talladega Challenge Series broadcast. Rodney, thank you for taking the time to be a part of this interview.
Hey, thanks for having me, Seth. Under the circumstances, it's sad, but you know, glad to be here though.
Yes, certainly, as you say, wish it was under better circumstances. But of course, tonight going to be honoring the life and the legacy of David Bones Cannon. It's interesting as I've been talking with people with these interviews. It spans back. This RTG has been around for 20 years, and there's been people that have known him since the beginning. Some know him since the middle. Some just recently. Where do you fit in with the first time that you ended up meeting with Bones?
First time I ever spoke to Bones, I started back racing uh, in our 2003, and I think it was 2020. Chris Elliott got me back into it, and John Godfrey kind of helped me get it all set up and going, and they both brought me over to RTG eventually. And of course, before I ever stood on the track, I had to talk to Bones, and I was, I didn't realize me and him were fairly close in age, but I was nervous. I was like, oh my goodness, this is the owner. So we had a polite conversation, and he just asked me this, that, and the other, and I told him what I thought, and this is how I plan on driving. And he said, okay, well, good luck. And that was about, like I say, about 5 years ago, and love the guy. Just in that 5 years, came to know him as an incredible human being.
Certainly was that. Now, I mentioned, I prefaced this interview with the paint schemes that you're able to bring out and everything, and we were talking before we started this interview, and you, in a sense, broke the unbreakable, in apparently getting him to change paint schemes a few times. Of course, we very well know. We would see David Cannon out there with the Domino's paint scheme, the Noid pretty prominently featured on his Chevrolet at some point in time. Tell us a little bit of the background, the interaction that would go on there with the paint schemes that you did for him.
Yeah. First of all, it was an honor to have that man drive some of my paints. He's a special person. But yeah, when I first came over here, I would paint stuff and post them on the forum. And I guess at his time, he would scroll through and look at them, and he ran across one, and he messaged me and said, "Hey, who's that car for?" And I said, "It's nobody's." He goes, "Man, I don't usually change paint schemes, but I really like that. Can I have it?" And of course, he told me the three, and it had to have Marvin the Martian on it and things like that, and RTG and stuff on it. And I was like, "Yeah, man, it's all yours." And then a few seasons later, I said, "You know what? I think I can make that car look a bit brighter." So I threw something together for him and sent him a picture. And he goes, "Man, I don't usually change paint schemes, but I like that. That looks really good." I was like, "Okay." So I put that together, and then I seen Bones Coffee on the shelf one day, and so I made a Bones Coffee car, and I sent that to him. And man, I don't, he tell me about every time. I don't really change paint schemes. I kind of run the same thing for all these years. He said, "But yeah, I like that." So he wound up running the Bones Coffee, the Dominoes, the Monster Energy. He would see them in the forum or pictures I'd post on something, and ask me, "Whose is that?" And so it was funny because he always made sure and told me that I don't usually run this many paint schemes, but he liked my work, and I appreciated that. He always had something good to say about the cars that I did. So it was an honor for him to drive them, like I said. But yeah, that was always the funny thing is I don't usually change paint schemes very often, but I like that one. So yeah, it was always kind of funny.
Yeah, I was certainly remiss in not mentioning the Marvin the Martian. I gave the Noid recognition, but I mean Marvin the Martian featured on all of his paint schemes there. Something that was his wife was a big fan of Marvin the Martian, so always had that featured on all of his cars, as you well know. We were talking with all these different individuals that are unfortunately not going to be able to make this event. It's like I've been able to put together I don't know, a whole series of adjectives that could describe David Cannon. If you could kind of sum them up in one word, obviously, as you said, 5 years here, you've had the interaction with him in terms of paint schemes. You've been added on to the admin team here in RTG as well. What would be that one word that you would use to sum up, what David Cannon not only brought to the table in terms of administration here in RTG, but also just as a person? Because what we've heard from a lot of people is he would connect with a lot of people on a personal level. It wouldn't be just, hey, you're doing great in the race or something. It'd be, how's your day going? It'd be literal small talk that he would end up doing, and it was genuine.
Man, that's tough. So many words to describe him. I guess a brother, family, but brother. I would say brother because that's the way it was. No matter what it was, no matter what the conversation, he was just he was there for you, and like a brother. Um, Outstanding human being. But I'll go with brother, Seth, because that's I know my true brother, real brother, means a whole lot to me, and so did Bones.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. Um, Definitely have certainly gotten the vibe of family from everybody that I've talked to, whether it's been in these interviews or just in talking with drivers during the course of these last few weeks, this last month. You definitely get a sense of family here, how people kind of almost looked at David almost as a father figure, maybe in a way here, one of the patriarchs of Rolling Thunder Gaming. Well, Rodney, I want to thank you once again for taking the span of time here to be able to talk with me, have this interview here. I'm going to let you have the floor here if there's anything that you'd like to have for closing remarks.
Thank you, Seth. I appreciate you doing this. I, at this point, am still unsure about being able to make the race, um, but I appreciate it. I'm going to look forward to it. It's going to be an emotional night. Continued prayers for David Cannon, his family, and friends, and all the people he's known, and everything that he's meant to this community. Um, Miss him. I can't imagine the guys that have known him for 20 years how they're feeling, or more than 20. I've known him, like I say, just for 5 years, and he left a mark on me. Um, and I hope to continue racing at Rolling Thunder for as long as I can, and to try to live up to the expectations that I believe he had for us. The guy meant a lot to me. Kind of crazy, never met him. Didn't see his picture until the recent stuff things came out. Didn't even know what he looked like. Uh, so he's a brother, and I miss him. Miss him a lot.
Well, Rodney, once again, appreciate you taking some time out for this interview. We certainly hope we get to see you on track, taking part in the qualifying races, if not the main event. But if we're not able to, again, appreciate you taking the time here for this interview.
Thank you, Seth. I appreciate you.
So we have Donnie Garrett here, who we normally call the Nature Boy on Thursday nights in the Talladega Challenge series. Donnie, first off, appreciate you taking the time here to be able to join me here for this interview. Obviously, the circumstances, unfortunately, you're not going to be here on Saturday, but appreciate taking the time here to be able to talk and give your recount of your experiences with David.
Absolutely, yeah. Feel privileged to do that.
So let's talk about something that you specifically were telling me about, where you were pretty much in terms of really the whole RTG community. You were with David for his final moments here on TeamSpeak. Talk about like the background of what led to that.
Yeah, so I had a security breach and lost. We didn't lose a ton of money, but we had a lot of money taken out of our accounts and ended up having to take my computers in, and they absolutely screwed up the game. And so Canon was he was bound and determined to get me back running, up and running. And because I was really upset about it, because I was like, man, this might be it, because I didn't. Wiley used to handle that. Of course, Wiley's gone, and so he said, "Look, we're gonna get in TeamSpeak, and we're gonna get this thing figured out." And that day, the last day, he was here. He called me and said, "Hey, get on TeamSpeak." I'm like, "All right." So I met him in there, and literally we spent 4 hours, 5 hours of his last day on Earth, fixing my computer. And I haven't talked much about it. Um, feel guilty as hell. I mean, I'm sure, again, he's, one of the most selfless people there is. I'm sure he was happy to do it, but I just hated that, I took his last day and did that. So a little guilty, feeling about it.
Well, I honestly don't think that you should feel guilty about it. You mentioned about how selfless David is, was always willing to go out of his way to help anybody, and you know, made the initiative saying to you, "Hey, get in TeamSpeak. I'll help you out with this." Kind of thinking about this now in retrospect, though, we talk about how you never know when the moment might be the last. Thinking about that, just how important is you to have had that interaction at that point in time? Now, obviously, the circumstances, having the issue with your computer and everything, I know you would have liked to avoided that, but it gave you the opportunity there at that point in time to be able to have the interaction there with David.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that I feel privileged about. I was able to, spend a lot of time with him that day. And we didn't just do we talked about other stuff. We talked about, other stuff other than racing and, just life stuff. And we always did when him and I talked. We got one of those relationships where, we don't always just talk about racing. But like I say, we just, through those 3 or 4 hours, we talked a lot, and, but he was he was just so bound and determined to get me back running. And it makes me wonder, what he knew or whatever. But we never know. But um like I say, yeah, I do still actually feel privileged, though. That's the good part about it, that I did get a lot of time with him that day.
Obviously we're airing this on Saturday. We're recording this a little bit prior, but obviously during the course of the special event, we're highlighting David Cannon, the man, the racer. But we also have to remember too that he's was an administrator, whether it was in terms of the league as a whole or certain series and everything. And before we began this interview, you were telling me that you've had some interaction with David in terms of him wearing his administration suit, if you will.
To see the other side of David a
Yeah,
few times. Um, I've been in the meetings where, hey, things were a little testy. And but again, he was always fair. He was always fair. And he would listen to you. He would listen to you. And I'll give you a quick example, if I can tell a quick story.
absolutely.
Um he there was these guys that came in. I'm gonna try not to say the name, so you have to edit it if I do. There was these guys that came in from another country, and we called them the Mongolians, and they started running with us. Long story short, and these guys, the best way to describe them is they were darts without feathers. I mean, that's just the best way to describe them. And it upset this other driver, and me too, and of course, a bunch of us. And one night after a race, this particular driver, just went up and cleaned one of their clocks after the race. After the race, now not during the race, but after the race. Well, we have a zero tolerance policy of wrecking somebody, intentional wrecking. Well, that person complained. Of course, this driver, big driver, it was a big driver, still here, big driver tonight, um, got banned because of it. And I was like, I was very close to this driver, and I went to Ken and said, dude, we need to talk. And he knew when if I wanted to talk to him, he gave me that opportunity, and we argued for about an hour about it. And I said, look, here's the deal. Me and this driver are pretty close, but we do race each other pretty hard. And I don't know how many times I've cleaned his clock after a race, or he's come up and cleaned my clock after a race. And to us, it was a badge of honor. If that person did that to me, I knew I whipped his butt that night, and so that was good. And I'm like, look, if you're going to ban him, you might as well ban me, because I've intentionally wrecked him after a race. He's intentionally wrecked me after a race. But again, it wasn't nothing to it. So after about an hour, of just battering back and forth with him, he goes, I think you're right. He just said that. He goes, I think you're right. And he unbanned him. And I'm glad he did. He's a great driver. And but that was Canon. You could talk to Canon. He wasn't set, he wasn't set in his ways like most admin are. He had an openness about him that you could approach him and you could argue with him as long as you were respectful, and he was respectful back. You could argue with him about instances like that. And that driver, like I say, the driver's still here. And I don't know if he knows I went and did that for him, but I did. And took a chance on even getting myself banned over that situation. And so that's one big story about Canon. That I remember that, like I say, just such a selfless guy. And he would spend 8, 9, 10 hours on TeamSpeak. If you needed anything, he was there for you.
Yeah, obviously, I think during the course of the scene, we're going to be using a lot of different words to describe David. And I think one, based off of what we're talking about here, that would accurately describe him was accessible. I don't know from my standpoint as well, whenever we'd have to talk about something in regards to FRN broadcast or something like that, he's like, just send me a text. Let me know when you want to get on TeamSpeak, and, we'll get it done. So, a lot of different stories that we're going to be covering here, but I love how we were able to cover the administrative side there of David Cannon, because he wore so many hats when it came to Rolling Thunder Gaming. Obviously, pretty much steered the ship of Rolling Thunder Gaming as a whole, whether it was with the leagues, whether it was with for the broadcast, all those different things. He always made himself accessible and always had himself involved. Well, Donnie, obviously, we hate the fact that we're not going to be able to see you on track on Saturday night, but appreciate you taking the time here once again to be able to give us some stories here involving yourself and David, and giving us a little bit more further insight into the individual that we are honoring here in this special event.
Hey, I just want to give my condolences to his family, and it's just tough. It's a tough loss for all of us, and we're going to feel this one for a long time. And just is irreplaceable. And like I said, I want to give out my condolences. Wish I could be here. Unfortunately, I'm on an anniversary trip with my wife, and it's almost 30 years of marriage, and so I'll be out of town. But again, I'm definitely probably be watching it. I might, once she goes to bed or something that night, I'll probably be, watching the playback or something. But hey, good luck to everybody, and hope it's a good race, and good night. Wish I could be here, but again, I'll be there in spirit and be there watching. I appreciate you taking the time to spend a few minutes with me and talk about things.
Absolutely. That's Donnie Garrett. Appreciate him giving us some backstories here of David Cannon as we continue to honor David tonight in this special event race. We're here with Dante Ricky, well-known driver in the Talladega Challenge on Thursday nights, a part of the Rolling Thunder Gaming adminship team as well. Dante, appreciate you taking time here out of your day for this interview.
Yes, thank you so much, Seth. This is a very special cause to be able to race this evening in honor of Bones. And there has been a tremendous amount of things that the man had done for me, not just as a driver, as a staff member, but as a person. And I really still am sad about it. Even to this day, it has not set in that he's no longer with us. But to be able to race in his honor, it's a tremendous opportunity.
I've had the pleasure of being able to talk with a number of people and kind of get an idea of what their interactions were in the early stages of their time here with Rolling Thunder Gaming with David Cannon. What was some of your first experiences when you first entered into the RTG scene?
Yes, Seth, I will tell you that I've been participating in the online community in this sim since 2010. And I had played the game for even a few years prior to that. But my first interactions in this game, of course, were with the Open Speedway League. And in 2011, I was still a teenager at the time. I was looking to expand my participation. And I remember in our old form system, the exact date that I had registered with RTG was April 6th of 2011. And that was at a time where the league allowed a few drivers under the age of 18 with certain permission. And I wasn't a every night of the week race. I didn't do it every single night. But what I remember was the first band that I had to speak to get permission to race in their Super Speedway Truck Series, which may have been called R&B, may have been under a different name, was David Cannon. And I remember that interaction. Him and Terry Bauman and a few others, we had a good 15, 20-minute conversation. And this was on TeamSpeak too. And I was very surprised. I thought I was going to be pretty much rejected. But the two of them, and among a few other staff members who I really, all I will say is that they let me in with open arms. They did tell me to start the race in the back, which was the typical thing. But Bones was so respectful. His tone of voice was professional. And I always wanted to mention from the day that I started, he had the line, "This place ran itself." And it's a testament to how strong of a community RTG is and how much Bones put into this league. And that particular race, I started in the back. And by the end, I was in the top 5, even led a few laps, ended up with a top 5 finish. And this place, to this day, has the exact same legacy of respect, hard racing, but also clean racing, and people with a personality. And Bones, his personality lives with everything I do as I move forward today.
Yeah, obviously you bring up his own words saying that the place runs itself, and a couple of people that I've been talking with as well in earlier interviews. It's been there's a lot of these leagues that we reminisce about. That remember when league was running, this league was running. You don't have to say that about Rolling Thunder Gaming. It was then, it is now, and it's just as strong as ever. There was a span of time we were talking about before we began the recording of this interview, that you kind of stepped away from racing online and then came back in, and you ended up getting actually approached about joining the administration team. Talk to me about that.
Yes, Seth, it was around 2018. I had already graduated from college and I had a little bit more free time on my hands. I didn't want to hang the wheel up just yet. I still had the Logitech Momo and the Driving Force GT. Yes, I know, terrible wheels, but I wanted to make a return. And I decided I'm going to try to come back in on the Talladega Challenge. And the man who was always there to talk was Bones. We would talk about everything from football to life to how New Jersey is different from Seattle to the foods we eat. And man, oh man, was he jealous of all the food that I was able to eat. But I will say this, I sure hope that he got his favorite foods in his last days, because that man worked so hard, Bones did, to make sure this place was impeccable. And after a couple of seasons, actually more of a year, by about the late 2019, I had started to evolve and change from just an average racer. And I wasn't perfect when I returned. I had to learn the way to be here, what line people run, how to keep the car on the track. After about a year, I was noticed that I had really gotten the hang of it. And I was still relatively shy at the time. I had won a couple of Speed Freaks races on Tuesday night with Bones and Brian Schilling. And I had gotten a little more successful on the Speedway tracks with Terry in the Aero 88s on Wednesday. And that fall, we've been doing the Winston Cup Series on Tuesdays. And this was when Brian Schilling and Terry Bauman were still leading the league. The transition between Winston Cup and the winter time, because that season runs from February through November, you have a few months, December, January, February, that are available. Bones had wanted to talk to me in TeamSpeak a few times, and I just happened to have to miss a couple of weeks here and there. So Bones and I were trying to meet up in late 2019 a couple of times. And you know what it was about? Him and Terry had spoken about potentially having me on the admin team at the time. And by February, as the Winston Cup season starts, Terry and I meet, and Bones and I meet, and we have this long talk of training of how to do things. And Bones asked me to be a part of the staff. It was a great honor, but it had to be earned. It has to be earned based on your respect, your commitment, and your ability of how you treat others and listen to others. And the way Bones listens to the drivers and makes himself available, it's so critical to what we do. And from that day forward, in February of 2020, I believe at this point, I had joined the staff team, and then the COVID pandemic hit. And boy, did we have so many good conversations about life and the state of things. But he was a huge role in shaping the type of leader that I am today. And there were times, you have to meet expectations. You have to fulfill what the league expects, and keeping things running and how we do it. Bones was always there to guide me and advise me. He set us up for success. And that's why I am the person I am today.
One of the things I love that you touched on here, and we're going to go back to it a little bit. I mean, obviously, when it came to the running of the league, running of respective series, whatever the case may be, David knew how to be all business in that regard. But what we've heard from you and from others is he never stopped also meeting drivers on a personal level. Not only do we talk about David Cannon, the racer, David Cannon, the league owner, but we talk about David Cannon, the man, and more specifically, David Cannon, the friend. You talk about how accessible he was. A lot of people have commented on that. Can you embellish more on that? Because obviously, from what we're hearing on several occasions throughout your time here, you and David were able to create a sort of a bond where it went to the fact that you were talking about everyday things, not things just inside of the league itself.
That's right, Seth. And in 2022, when I accepted my job as a meteorologist and moved to another state, Bones was the most supportive person. He flat out told me, number one, life comes first, but number two, Dante, listen to me. Don't disappear. Don't fall off the map. Come back in here and let's talk about life. And we spoke tremendously about how things work in the real world, the finances, the way you run a business, the way you operate. And I even was able to share with him some of my own stresses from life. And he was there to help. He was there not just to listen, but to guide me and say, look, you should really consider trying to do this at work. And let me tell you, Seth, Bones was a amazing supporter and fan of my weather forecasts. I I keep my YouTube channel up often, and I wanted to make sure that Bones could see exactly what my forecasts and presentations were. He got to see the type of person I evolved to, and a compliment that I don't take this lightly. He looked at me and said, Dante, I would have thought you were 40 or 50 years old. Okay. He saw a tremendous amount of potential in me. The way I present myself, the way I act, he would have never thought that at the time I was only in my late 20s and only young 30s. The man really saw a lot, and I saw a lot in him for the respect that I showed him, and to make sure that if he ever had a concern, that I followed his advice and satisfied what he expected from me. He was just so open and available. If you go into TeamSpeak on any given night, all the way until the last day, he was available to try and help someone with a technical problem, with a question, or with a computer related concern. And not everything was easy. So at times, if there was something that I could help with, I made sure to help with. If there was something that he could help with, he was there to help. And we always continued to text, to talk, and to call. I would even pick the phone up and call him at times. And most of the time, he was available to speak about whatever was going on. Bones, his legacy is a hard one to live on in the sense that we can't get somebody or a number of people who can be as available as he was. And often he didn't race, and I really felt bad. He took a lot of races off to put his time into helping. On top of that, I know he worked a very difficult job with difficult hours. And now that I am waking up about the same time in the morning that he is waking up, I'm starting to feel it these days. But I always wanted to make sure that I would talk to him and he would guide me with advice that was very long lasting. And that's the type of person, that polite, respectful, available, attention to detail type of person that Bones was. And it's really hard to replace that.
Absolutely, certainly a rare breed for sure that you normally don't end up hearing about when it comes to racing in 2003 online and that type of a community, and really kind of mentioning that word community. In a sense, you kind of look at what I've heard from others, from yourself here. Seems like David was definitely the glue to the community, specifically here, one that's lasted 20 years with Rolling Thunder Gaming. Well, Dante, I know obviously you're going to be participating in this special event here tonight as well. I just kind of want to go inside the mind of a driver just for a moment, because we've seen races for causes, races that are memorials and everything. Is there any difference in the psyche of a driver when you take the green flag in an event like this as opposed to just a regular weekly series?
Well, Seth, I would have to say yes, because the whole goal for tonight is to win. And there can only be one big winner by the time the main race is over. There will be some tense moments in the qualifying races. There will be big names that will probably not make the main event. And I myself know, because I'm a little bit rusty from not racing as frequently the past year or so, I know that I'm going to have to work really hard to make my way in. If I don't make the main, though, I will do exactly what the world expects, and I will just take it with pride, and I will be happy with the result. Drivers are not going to make the main that are obviously going to be disappointed, and we're just going to have to remember this is a memorial race, this is for fun, and this is for a purpose. It's to honor the life of David Cannon. No one should get frustrated over anything that happens in those heat races to get in. We just need to ensure that we have an outcome that's favorable for the league and favorable for the legacy. Whoever wins tonight, it will be a great honor. And I would really love to be able to give that victory lane interview this evening. But I will say this, it would be a very sad moment for me, too.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, obviously, we want to wish you the best of luck in that, and yeah, we're really looking forward to this event. I have no doubt that you and the other drivers are going to put on a show that David's going to be looking down on, smiling. I mean, the super speedway racing, that was his baby. I've heard that he was a decent speedway racer, didn't really care for the road courses. He was the super speedway guy, and super speedway racing was something he really enjoyed. So I think this is going to be something he's going to really be looking down on and enjoying for sure. I'll just let you have the floor here for any other closing remarks, Dante.
Yes, Seth, I want to give a shout out to the family. I know that Leanne and a few others may be watching tonight, and I will say right now, I'm very sorry for your loss, and what a gentleman Bones was. He really took care of us. Bones, I know you probably can't hear me, but I want to thank you for guiding me over the past 10 years and giving me that advice of what to do, what not to do. You knew when to be stern, you knew when to be calm, and you've made me a better person. I truly miss you, and I I just I just want to say thank you and good luck to all the participants tonight.
Well, Dante, again, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule here to be able to do this interview. Best of luck here tonight in this race.
Thank you, Seth. Appreciate it. And thank you to all the staff here at RTG from Sean Prime to Jeremy Jeffries to Rodney Sullins to Tim Nosker to Josh Metallic to Jason Sheck to anyone that I missed over the years that makes this place so exciting and so fun.
We thank you for tuning into our coverage here tonight in the Flatout Racing Network of the Memorial Race, the David Bones Cannon 00300. We're about 50 minutes away from when drivers will be called to their cars in preparation for qualifying in the 2 qualifying events. In the attempt to make it into the main event, servers have been opened and drivers are slowly filing their way in preparation of setting down some practice laps, kind of getting used to their competition. There are drivers representing series all across the board here in the NR 2003 community, and we will be bringing you that race coverage around 7 o'clock. We will also have a couple more pre-recorded interviews in just a little bit, but we're going to take the opportunity here as well because it's going to be a busy night for a majority of the RTG admins, getting drivers into their respective heat races in terms of race control and all of that. So we are going to take the opportunity here for some live interviews and talk with a couple of those individuals. We're going to see if we can get a hold first off of driver and RTG admin Josh Metallic. Hey Josh, have you got a copy? All right. Well, obviously, it's a big night. I can see that you guys are already kind of maybe having to get into your admin roles, seeing the TeamSpeak server fill up, and I'm sure that the servers are about to get fired up if they're not already for drivers to start filing in and everything. But let's talk about tonight because to me, it always seems to bowl me over when we end up having something like this happen where a cornerstone of an organization in David Cannon, an individual who, as we've heard with these previous interviews and everything, has touched so many people, not only on a friendship level or a showing up to race, whether it be on a weekly night or whatever, but on a personal level as well. The coming together, the sense of community, a couple of individuals said the word family. I mean, it truly does feel like that type of a sense here. How overwhelming can that kind of be?
Off, and then Sean Primes filled in beautifully. But it's always been Bones, and people that don't even race here know about him, and he always did a great job. You know, leagues came and went. I left a league that was poorly run, and you show up at this place, and he treated a guy with tenure versus a new guy the same. Even as admins, you know, we could completely disagree, and at the end, I guess virtually shake hands, but you never took anything personal. You always wanted to help other people first, drivers, all the things that headaches, you know, you get admin stuff that you have to deal with. He would offer all the time, hey, I'll take it off your hands. So he was selfless, great to everybody. And I'm sure I haven't watched the stuff yet, but you know, I think people even that left on bad terms here over the years said, you know, hey, I've got total respect for Bones and the way he runs things, the way he operates as a person overall. So yeah, it's you know, hopefully it all goes well tonight. You know, regardless of however the racing goes, it's nice to so many people were willing to support him and his family.
Now, we've ended up talking with individuals that some have known him since the beginning, the 20-year span that RTG has been around, some as recently as within the last 5 years. Where was your first introduction to David?
Yeah, I was back, I can't remember if it was 2008 or 2009. I was not an original. I ran at a league that eventually I got tired of. The way they were managing things, it's nothing drastic, but there's a way to do things, and they weren't doing it. And I actually hung it up for a little while. Then I was on YouTube, and I saw this broadcast race called Aero Wars, and I'm like, I wonder if that's the Aero 88 mod, and brought it up, and it was an RTG race, and it was a heck of a race. And I came over and signed up the next week, and was a driver for about a year, and then one of the drivers there came up with this crazy idea of running an all Talladega series, and they asked me if I would want to help, and we did it, and it lasted maybe a season, maybe less, and it went away. And then Tim Nosker, Jason Scheck, and then the suggestion of Bones loved Talladega. That's why we're here tonight. They said, well, let's keep this thing going. So yeah, I've known him for 16, 17 years, virtually, obviously, but it feels like a neighbor, a family member you've known, intimately for forever. So yeah, we go back, but not as far back as the originals here. There's still a few of those around.
Obviously, as you mentioned, I was wondering if you were going to mention, because I know somebody talked about the fact that the NRT 500 was actually a brainchild over here at RTG, and I know you're a former winner of that event and everything as well. Talk to me about what eventually ended up being you joined the adminship team here and everything, and how much of that did David come into play in terms of that?
Yeah, I came over, like I said, just as any other driver that showed up that wanted a fresh start somewhere else. And I literally just saw a video of their race on YouTube. And back in 2008, there weren't a lot of them, obviously, the way they are today. So I signed up, and I was blown away by it. Was like a professional operation. I'm like, this is a game. Let's but they treated it ultra serious, and it was good because you can count the leagues over the years have come and gone, come back again, gone again, and it's run like professionals. It's professionally run, and people take it serious, but it's all about having fun. So yeah, it's been, like I said, it's been over 15 years, going on 17.
We've talked about, David Cannon's legacy and obviously what he was able to do along with some others in making RTG what it is and what it's continued to be. It's really in from what I can remember, one of the organizations that's had longevity. So many other big organizations are now gone, and we kind of reminisce about them. With going forward now, in terms of being a member of the staff, you're of course a admin on Thursday nights, the Talladega Challenge Series. I mean, we've well documented that David loved super speedway racing. There was the first series that he wanted FRN to broadcast as well on Thursday nights. What kind of a lasting legacy that David has kind of left here is something that you're going to apply going forward to just try and keep the status quo, keep RTG just as prominent as it has been?
I think it's the way he treated everybody. Like I said, whether it's co-owner Sean Prime, myself as an admin, a guy that signed up last month. Everyone gets respect. They get treated the same way. And he was good at dealing with problems between drivers. He was our tech support guy, so computer problems, whatever the problems were, he knew how to handle it and handle people. You get guys. You've seen how competitive it is. It's people aren't holding hands. They're racing and exchanging door handle bumping and stuff, and it gets competitive, tempers flare, and he always got people to work it out. He literally sit in the room and make them work it out. He said, it's the way he treated people that I've always respected about him, and I try to emulate him as best I can. Try and fail, but you keep trying. So he was more about everyone else getting what they needed, and he would fill any role he needed to. He wouldn't run. He didn't run a long time on Thursdays because with knockout, he would rather a guy that has never raced get the chance or even a regular guy, rather get them in the race, and he would sit back and watch. He loved Talladega. He didn't like a lot of the other tracks, so him sitting out was a bigger deal than a lot of other people that will run any night of the week. This was his night he wanted to run, and I was really glad earlier this season he started running again. So he got to partake in the track he liked most. So that always brings me joy knowing that.
Yeah, we talked about in some of the earlier interviews about he never wanted anybody to feel left out. If there was an opportunity to be able to get them into race, then as you said, he was usually the first one that always would step aside and give them his spot. That's why we've got these special qualifying races here tonight, so everybody's got an equal opportunity. I know that we're about a little more than a half hour away from when you guys are going to be having a flurry of things that you guys have to do. So, Josh, I'll just leave the floor open to you here for any closing remarks.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate all the work you've done behind the scenes to get this going tonight. First, obviously, condolences to the family. I'm sure they'll be watching. Hopefully, we put on some good entertainment, make it an interesting race tonight, and have a good time. But also, big thanks to Prime for this Bones Memorial. We're a lot of people are having to fill the void of all the stuff he did, and Prime's been working overtime with all the other stuff that life has in store for people, finding a way to get all this stuff done. The admins, Jeremy in particular, has stepped up quite a bit, across every night of the week, and all the admins, Supta and Ron Hagelin, Tim and Rodney, Dante. I'm going to forget names, so I'll stop naming them. But we miss him. Hopefully, this is a good tribute to him. And it's not the same, but we'll carry on.
Absolutely. Well, we are definitely looking forward to what should be an action-packed night. We thank you for taking the time here to talk with us, Josh, and best of luck here this evening.
Thank you.
User was moved out of your channel.
And we're going to grab one more here for a live interview before we get into our final run of pre-race recorded interviews. Let's get another member of the Rolling Thunder Gaming staff, Doug Woolley.
User was moved to your channel.
Hey, Doug, have you got a copy, my friend?
I gotcha.
All right. Well, obviously a big night with a lot of special ramifications around it here, honoring David Canon. Let's go right from the beginning. Where was the first time that you had the encountering over here at RTG with David?
When I came over in 2008, I didn't actually start sim racing till 2006, and that was only because the Whelen Modified mod came out for the sim, and I started racing that and came over here in 2008, and they welcomed me with open arms. And 2 years later, Bones offered me a night of the week to race a series, and I ran a Whelen Modified series for 4 years here.
Wow. Okay. So also a series owner as well. That is really cool. So, I've ended up probably could end up filling like an entire book of adjectives in these interviews of the way people have described David. And people have said he was accessible, people have said that he would take the time to listen if they were having a problem with what you're talking about right there. Open arms, like 2 years later immediately saying, hey, would you like to run a series? Go right ahead there. A lot of people maybe wonder why RTG is the way that it is, and you look at the individuals that are on the staff, the drivers, the caliber of the drivers that are here. It all kind of has to go to the core, right, with the decision making that David did.
I come from a very small family, and Bones was like the brother I never had.
Yeah, we definitely have had the word family used here as well. Obviously, I was talking just moments ago with Josh, and it's big shoes to fill, and maybe they can't even be filled. Maybe have to basically try and do the best of what Bones would have done. But as an admin, as a member of the RTG staff and everything, what is the mindset going forward now?
Teamwork. No, it's not an individual thing. It's a team. And Bones was one of the founding members, and he was like one of the legs on the table that kept it stable.
It's interesting too because a lot of times when I talk with drivers, when it's a weekly series and there's points on the line, there's a championship on the line and everything, they'll say, my mentality is a little bit different when the green flag drops in a race than it is just when we're pacing. Uh, an event like this, where it has this type of gravitas behind it, is it going to be slightly different, the mentality of the driver, once that visor comes down, once the green flag waves and the engines rev, or is it basically like being in your office and it's business as usual?
I hope so. I mean, it's not an individual race. It's a tribute race for a beautiful person. And my personal goal is to be there at the end, be on the lead lap, hopefully be in a good position, and race the best I can, but not over my head.
Well, Doug, we appreciate you taking the time here to be able to talk with me. We're just going to open up the floor to any closing remarks that you'd like to have here.
I just want to say, for anybody who moved on to an online racing sim that's not NR 2003, that maybe they should have stuck around. Maybe they didn't think we'd last this long. And I know Bones is proud of us and what he accomplished. And he was a great guy. I don't know how else to word it. He was just a great person. We had many a talk about not racing. I'd come in here on a non-racing night on TeamSpeak, and it was just like we were having a phone call with each other. We just weren't using the telephone. And lots of conversations about lots of different things. And he was always a good listener. He was always willing to help people out. I was pretty tech savvy, so I would also help people out. He would pick my brain. And I miss him. I kept his last text to me on my phone, and that will stay on my phone until the day the phone is no longer in existence.
Well, we certainly do all miss him as well. Doug, I appreciate taking time here. Best of luck here tonight in this upcoming special event.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. And let's hope for a good, clean, exciting race. And let's hope we bring in some new fans watching the broadcast.
Absolutely. Doug Woolley, who will be piloting his number 99 here this evening in the qualifying races, and hopefully we will see him in the main event as well. Well, folks, we are about half an hour away from when we will have rubber hitting the road in those qualifying races. Myself and the FRN broadcast team going to be bringing you coverage of both the qualifying races that will be happening simultaneously. Top 20 drivers from those respective qualifying races will be in the main event race that will be taking place later on tonight. So please stay tuned. That coverage will be coming up very shortly. We are going to step away from Mike's side here and give you the last couple of pre-recorded interviews that we had in the last 24 hours before we get ready for tonight's racing festivities. We're here now with Tim Nofsker, driver that we see regularly on Thursday nights, a multi-time winner on Thursday nights as well, and a member of the Rolling Thunder Gaming admin team. Tim, thank you for taking the opportunity here to join me for this interview.
Yes, thank you.
Obviously, tough circumstances, but a lot of organization going into this special event that's going to be run here honoring the life and legacy of David Canon. It's interesting, the number of people I've talked to, it is spanned across the 20 years that Rolling Thunder Gaming has been a thing. Where did you fit into that timeline when you first ended up meeting David Canon, and how did the relationship with him from that point on grow?
Well, it would have been somewhere, and I'm getting old, so I can't remember specific dates, but somewhere around, I think it was 07 when I came over. I was racing at a league called Dega Pro, and I wasn't real happy with the way things were going there. Poor administration. on that part. So I was kind of fishing, looking for a new place to race, and I came over here and I had a conversation with actually back then it was Tom Ballman and David Cannon, and had an extensive conversation with them, and they seemed like good people. And then I was really impressed with the structure that they raced with here, and Bone said I was very welcome, and that was the first time that he and I had a conversation, and we grew quite a close friendship.
Yeah, we've ended up talking with a number of people, and they've talked about how David was very open, very accepting, also very accessible as well. If somebody had a problem that they needed, if it was something to do maybe with their computer or their something technological in that regard, or even just to talk, there were times that he would call them or they would call him, all that kind of stuff, and he was always seemed to be there. Is there something that kind of stands out to you in the span of time you've been here that was an interaction between you and David?
Well, I would say that there was it was actually a bad moment that turned into a really great moment. He and I had a strong difference of opinion about a race and something that happened in the race, and we kind of got to arguing, um, which was not common at all. And we both kind of left TeamSpeak on on a bad note. And I literally lost sleep that night. I couldn't get to sleep. I couldn't think straight. My heart literally hurt. And so I got with him the next day, and I said that was not what I had intended. And he says, "You know what?" He goes, "I lost sleep over that." And I thought, "Son of a buck, so did I." And I told him, the same thing, and we talked for, I think it was hours after that. And there, no matter how mad we got at each other, and we had many difference of opinions on especially politics, but we always seemed to know that no matter what was said or what was done, that after that moment we would always be friends no matter what, and always forgive each other. And he was just that kind of person where he may not agree with you and you may not agree with him, but he didn't harbor any ill feelings afterwards. And that just showed me the character and the man that he was.
It's interesting, just kind of building off of that. A little while ago, I was talking with Rodney Sullins. Of course, he's a part of the admin team for Thursday nights. You yourself also a part of Thursday nights, and it's interesting because I ended up understanding from somebody else that super speedway racing was definitely what David loved. He was an okay speedway racer. He didn't really care for the road courses, but man, super speedway racing he absolutely loved. And of course, as well, it kind of seemed like the Talladega Challenge. That was his baby. That was the first series that FRN was approached on to broadcast and everything. Obviously, nobody can take David's place. There are big shoes to fill, and Rodney was talking about how uh, basically in what he was able to see from Bones, he's going to be trying to apply here with the adminship and everything going forward. How does it, in terms of like even that interaction you were just talking about there between the two of you, and seeing what how David handled it, how you say it's helped you to kind of grow as well. How does that, do you think, going to affect you in terms of your adminship here for RTG?
Well, I would say that I look at Bones as the roadmap to follow. Um, he, don't get me wrong, if someone did anything that was harmful or not good for the league, he would drop the hammer on them. So we don't. That's not how we do things here. And then if someone maybe made a slight error in judgment or something, said something that was out of character, he would also drop the hammer on them. But then he would counsel them and say, "Hey, I don't appreciate what happened, but you're still welcome here. We're going to work through this." And it was just his judgment that was so strong, where he knew when to really hold someone accountable and when to counsel someone so that they became a better driver or even person. And it was that decision making that he had that it's really a testament to why this league has been around for so long.
Yeah, this has been a talking point in a lot of the interviews as well, and the fact that RTG has been able to not only endure but thrive for 20 years. It's incredible feat, and you brought up that key word, the judgment that David Cannon was able to have, the discernment of what to say at what time to make sure that not only does RTG continue to thrive, but the level of competition continues to be what it is. Tim, obviously, really appreciate you taking the opportunity here to be able to talk and do this interview and everything. Before we wrap this up, as I've been doing with everybody else, I'm just going to open it up to you for any closing remarks that you'd like to have.
Well, it's almost like I haven't come to terms with him being gone. There are times when I hop in TeamSpeak and I think he's going to pop in or be here, and I don't know. I mean, it's been long enough where I should be understanding that. I think I really there are times when I miss him, but I really miss him. Like a lot of people don't know that I would get with him every Sunday morning for golf. We would play golf, and he would get so mad because he had such a hard time beating me. And when he finally beat me, he was posting that scorecard everywhere on the Facebook page. He's running it to the staff. He's like, "Look what I did," and that was almost worth losing to him just to see his utter joy. Um, but we, obviously when we're golfing, we would have long conversations, and it was just such a calming point in my week. I look forward to that every week. So I definitely am going to miss that and those times, and there were times when, Wiley, rest in peace, and Bones, and we'd play, first person shooter zombies, and he'd get so mad playing that game, and we'd just laugh and had such a good time. And those are the moments that I miss the most, I think. That, just that good old fashioned revving and just those sort of things. It's just, the man is irreplaceable, and left a hole in my heart for sure. So I love him like a brother, and he's certainly missed.
Well, not only this special event going to be run as a tribute, but also kind of, as you alluded to, a night of memory and reflection. And Tim, I appreciate you taking time here to be able to regale us with a little bit more behind the scenes of the man David Cannon, and what he was not only able to do for RTG as a whole, but also for people personally as well. I appreciate you taking the time here for this interview here tonight.
All right, thank you.
All right, I am here with, it kind of feels like old times, an old broadcast colleague of mine back in the early days of broadcasting Thursday nights for Rolling Thunder Gaming, Zach Freemouth. Zach, first off, appreciate you taking the time here for this interview. I know you would have loved to have been part of the race and everything going on Saturday night, but glad to be back here with you. It was interesting. We were talking before we ended up starting this recording. You were one of the OGs, I guess we could say, back when RTG was a thing. Maybe even before it got rebranded to Rolling Thunder Gaming. And you mentioned that yourself and David Cannon were a part of that group. Can you kind of give us an idea of that? Because at least for me personally, and I think for maybe a lot of people as well, we know of RTG in the now. What was it like with David Cannon and those guys back then?
Sure. Thank you, Seth. And it's good to talk to you as well. Long time no see. Miss doing stuff with you. But yeah, no, as far we're talking going all the way back to probably, man, it was right around the time that I graduated high school. So that would have been in the summer of 2005. Um, I started with Rolling Thunder Racing, as it was called at the time, and we had, of course, David Cannon Bones. We had Ghost, Ed Bowman. We had Terry Bowman, and we also had Tom Bowman. And those were sort of the four key figureheads as far as Rolling Thunder was concerned. And this is even, we're talking, Seth, back before RTG even used, because now everybody's expected to use their real name unless there's some exception that needs to be made. And back then we were still running under gamer tags. So Bones was only Bones, Ghost was only Ghost, so on and so forth. We had the different series. There was competitions within Rolling Thunder Gaming as to who was going to be on what team, because you had RTR branded drivers, you had some SCXR branded drivers, which I actually started in, despite the fact that I wanted to be with RTG. I just hadn't gotten that offer then. So when SCXR came around, they said, "Hey, do you want to run under our tag?" I was like, "Yeah, man, I definitely want to do it." And it was funny because I accepted it, and then it was only a day or two later that I heard from Bones and Tom both, and they were like, "Hey, man." They're like, "Hey, we see you took that SCXR tag, and we want you to know we're not upset with you, but we are really, really bummed because we were ready to come to you and ask if you wanted to take the Rolling Thunder Racing tag." I was like, "Oh man, well, as things work out, SCXR and our Rolling Thunder Racing. I want to default to calling it RTG because that's what we call it now, but I'm trying to think more back then, and everything sort of split up, and Rolling Thunder Racing became its own thing, and we got more and more drivers, and Bones was always one of those guys that okay, well, first of all, before we get into that, Seth, how many speedway or road course races did you personally ever see Bones run?
I think maybe two speedway races that I can recall, and they were the bigger ovals. Never seen him do a road course race.
Okay, so we're talking, Seth, back in the days of early Rolling Thunder Racing when Bones was running he was running all the series, man. He was running the Super Speedway series, he was running the Aero series, anything that we would run. If it was a short track, intermediate, road course, Bones would run on it. And I do I do remember a couple times where, he would finish off and he would just go, "Man, I don't really know what I'm doing running with all these guys out here." But we all wanted him to run with us, because it got to the point later on where he was only doing the super speedways and everybody loved running with him then. But yeah, that's probably one of the cooler memories that I have of Bones that unfortunately a lot of the newer folks might have missed out on, was running with him night after night in the varying different series. It was just, it was a lot different then than it was now. It was really the beginning of the Rolling Thunder era, I guess. I know that might sound a little bit cliche and all, but um we always had a ton of racers around, coming from all different leagues. I'm sure you guys have heard of the Dash for Cash leagues that used to run, along with the big RTG 400 races or the NRT 400 races. I mean, we're talking years upon years of comers and goers, and the constants always being those few guys between Bones and Terry, and it's funny, it's crazy how time works. And this is one of those things that I've sort of had to reconcile while getting older, is because in those moments you don't think about 20 years down the road, what's still going to be going on, if you're still going to be doing the same things. For example, I've come and gone from RTG 4 or 5 different times, but that's over the course of 20 years now. And it's crazy to think that I've been with Rolling Thunder 20 years. And um, now having a Rolling Thunder without Bones is really, it's really kind of strange. It's obviously sad. Bones was a great person, great guy, great racer, very what how do I want to word this? I don't want to say very stubborn, but I think part of the reason that he stopped doing speedways and road courses and stuff like that is he would get into headbutts with guys a couple times over things that would happen on the track, and then he would come around later and he might give you a ribbon for it, but he would never hold it against you. And yeah, it's weird to think. We have a great group of ownership now with Rolling Thunder Gaming, but for somebody that has been there from the beginning, it is also very strange. Not necessarily in a bad way, but it's very strange to kind of look at it and see that those figures that were bigger than life, because I mean, we were talking, those were the owners of Rolling Thunder Racing, as it was called at the time. It was those four key guys. And we've either lost or seen the retirement of each of those individuals through the course of those 20 years. And it's still the same place. It's still a great place to race. There's still great people here, and it's just different, and not necessarily in a bad way, but to see that sort of natural evolution is something that I myself personally consider myself very fortunate to have seen and been able to experience, because not everybody was, and it's always been a lot of fun times. And of course, you've had your drama along the way, but that's the way it's going to work in any sort of 20-year endeavor that you're involved with. But Bones was certainly always one of the guys that would try to keep the community grounded. He was stubborn and pigheaded when he needed to be. He wouldn't take any guff, but at the same time, he would never give anybody a hard time either if they didn't have it coming. I remember sitting through many, 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 many drivers' meetings over a course of time, where we would see just a ton of incidents throughout the course of a series of races. And Bones, you could hear it in his voice that he was frustrated, but he always knew that his group of drivers could do better, and that's why he was frustrated. And it was never a lack of faith in the people that he ran with or ran around. He always wanted to see people doing the absolute best that they could do, and if he could do anything to try to help people be able to do that, I'd see him sit in team speak for hours with people who were having issues, troubleshooting, getting things running, anything like that. And he wouldn't bat an eye. He wouldn't bat an eye. And if it was something that took too long, or he had something that he had to do, he would either try to find somebody for you, or he'd say, "Hey, let me get a hold of you tomorrow and we'll start on this tomorrow." And that's what he would do. That was Bones. He wasn't just the owner. And I know that some people as in any organization, business, you're going to have some people that don't necessarily care for the way a certain individual carries themselves. And, of course, like I said, he had butted with people sometimes, but it was never out of a place of anger or disdain for anyone. He was very strong in his convictions, which I think is a great trait for anybody to have. And like I said, just more than anything, not having that presence anymore. Um, I don't know. It really, for me, it really sort of changes the atmosphere. It changes the field, and we're definitely gonna miss him. That's for sure.
Definitely are, for sure. It's interesting as I've been doing these interviews here. It seems like every single time there ends up being a new word to describe David Cannon. And what you were talking about there, I think we could throw the word dedicated into the mix. You bring up the fact that this was 20 years of dedication for David Cannon, in continually, I wouldn't say evolving, but making sure that Rolling Thunder Gaming continued to be a staple. We will hear so many times of series now in the Enter 2003 online community that have either just started up, or there'll be points where we'll reminisce of, do you remember this series that no longer exists? And a lot of that reason is because life, work starts creeping in, and it's hard to be able to balance between the two. But it seemed like David was able to flawlessly dedicate the time to both.
Yeah, he really was. And that was another thing. Any time and dedication that he may have given to this community with Rolling Thunder, um, he gave just as much, if not more, to his family. His family uh, at home was everything to him. Between his wife, his kids, his grandkids. Uh, a few times we talked on the phone back when you and I were doing broadcast things, or setting up to arrange broadcast things, and him and I would talk, whether it be for that or for incident review committee things. And at some point in those conversations, we would always come back to talking about our families. And I think that really speaks volumes, because for one of the things that we maybe take for granted in the internet age is the people that we talk to on the other end of these voice calls, or on the other end of these interviews, or on the other end of our voice chats, or on the other side of whatever messages we might send, is, you know they're real humans too, and they
Mm-hmm.
have real lives, and their families matter. Sometimes get wrapped up and so focused on this game that we enjoy playing, and that's really what it is. And everybody takes it seriously to different levels, but at the end of the day, it's just a game. And he made sure to make time for the people. He made time for his family, our racers, anybody that may have needed him. If he could do something for them to help them out, that he would go out of his way to do it. He would make time to do it. Um, and that's just one of those traits in a person that is so admirable, and you have to appreciate so much. And when you lose that, it hurts. It really does. I regret that I hadn't gotten a chance to get back in touch with him before I found everything out that happened, and it really broke my heart, because I absolutely would have liked to have said, "Hey, man, thank you for everything. Thank you for all the times that you sat and talked to me. Thank you for any time that I had an issue and you were willing to make time for me, despite the life that you have going on outside of all this. And thank you for any of the opportunities that you gave me, whether it was with Rolling Thunder Gaming, or coming to me about working with you, Seth, here at FRN. Um, and that was just him. And to not have a person like that around anymore is really sad. but at the same time, with as sad as it is, I am so thankful to have been able to say that yes, I was friends with him. We were on the level where we had each other's actual telephone numbers, and we would call and we would talk to each other. And uh for a while, I had some stuff, life stuff going on, and I wasn't around the community as much. But Bones was always the one to reach out and check and say, "Hey, man, how you doing? Like, what's going on? I hope you're doing okay." And like I said, those would come in the form of phone calls. And Seth, I'm going to be honest with you, I hate talking on the phone. But Bones was one of those people that when he would call me, I would absolutely talk to him on the phone because you knew that he was being genuine in his sentiments. You knew that anything that he told you was with purpose and intentional. He wasn't trying to sugarcoat anything for you or just to make you feel any better. You know, he was real. He was, you know, to the to to the T of the word. He was real about what he was trying to tell you. And yeah, like I said, it's just I'm still bummed. I would have I regret not getting to have that last conversation with him. But unfortunately, that's the way life treats us sometimes, and it sucks. But I'm so, like I said before, just so grateful to have the memories of him that I do, and the times that I was able to share with him, and the times that he shared with me, despite the fact, having a full-time job and a family life, and him and I being 3 hours apart with time zone differences and anything like that. So it's not often that you meet people like that. And yeah. Yeah, that's just I'm thankful. I'm very grateful and thankful despite that sense of loss.
Well, David was certainly a very prominent individual in the lives of many people in the NR 2003 online community for sure. Um, it kind of just adds more gravitas into the significance of the special event that's being run in honor of him as well. As we continue to highlight him, not only as a racer, not only as an administrator, not only as an organizer of Rolling Thunder Gaming, as you stated previously, Rolling Thunder Racing, but also in the individual, the man himself. Well, Zach, I appreciate you taking time out of your day to join me here for this interview and everything. Again, great to be able to talk with you once again. Feels like old times, and really appreciate you taking time here to be able to regale for us some personal moments that you had with David.
Yeah, absolutely, Seth. And again, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak on it. Great talking to you as well. Um, Thank you to the rest of the Rolling Thunder gaming community and Sean Prime in particular for reaching out to me to let me know that all of this is going on. Otherwise, I would have had not known, and that would have been really sad. So I'm super thankful for that. And if any of Dave's family does get a chance to listen to this, um, I am so sorry for your loss, and I am also so thankful that we got to share Dave with you, because he definitely helped people here, in more than just a sense of playing a video game. And yes, thank you for sharing him with us and allowing him to be with us and do what he enjoyed doing, because we know that he loved you guys so much more than he did us, and that's not that's not a jealous type statement. But yeah, no, he will certainly be missed. So yeah, thanks again, Seth. Really, really appreciate it.
Welcome everybody here to race coverage of the Bones 00300 Memorial Race. We thank you to everybody for tuning into our pre-race coverage with our live and pre-recorded interviews. It's time for these drivers to hit the racetrack as we get set for our 2 qualifying races to see which 40 drivers will be taking part in this evening's main event. We are covering both of these qualifying races simultaneously, which means we're going to need as many eyes on the track as possible. I am privileged to have alongside of me Kyle Matthews, Michael Norman, and Jack Mitchell, who are going to help me call the action here tonight in what should be 3 action-packed events. Yeah, it's pretty cramped here in the commentator's booth tonight.
They don't usually have room for 4 of us.
From me. You're too close. Personal space, man.
Man, they need to make this room bigger. That is for sure.
So here tonight, guys, this is a first. We're gonna go looking left, looking right, looking left, looking right. We're gonna have 2 screens here with 2 events happening at the exact same time. But for the drivers here this evening, there's one goal in mind, and that's to make the main event. You got to finish in the top 20 to do so. Sounds easy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is different. I've seen heat races on dirt tracks. I've seen heat races at short tracks. I have never seen a heat race at Talladega before. So this is going to be probably some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen when it comes to racing.
It sure sounds a lot easier when you say it versus actually trying to get that sort of thing pulled off, though, because if we do end up having a green flag run to the finish, you'll often probably see, especially at a track like Talladega, the cars will probably be going back and forth for position, especially when you're looking at a situation where there's like a bunch of cars 3-4 wide going down the tri-oval for the first time. There could be a lot of back and forth just trying to get into that 20th position. So we'll have to see how things play out.
And yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. You know, we're waiting to see. I think, Seth, you claimed there's, I think, either 22 or 23 cars in each race, which means either 4 or 6 total cars will not make the field tonight. And you know that everybody in there is going to want to make the field for this race, especially for what it means.
Absolutely. It's going to be a bit of, by Talladega terms, a dash in both of these races, 29 laps in length. And we were talking about this before we came on the air. These drivers here tonight, it's not as simple as qualify at the front, stay at the front. There's going to be pit road coming into play here tonight because in these heat races, they are on 3X. They're going to have to come to pit road at least 2 times in this event, whether it be under green or under caution. So it's almost like a weekly super speedway series where you got to put every single one of your super speedway skills to the test.
And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what strategy is going to come out and play. And here, Seth, I mean, we both know when they usually race 2X here, 1 can of gas gives you about 10, 11 laps worth. So I don't know what it's going to be like. Would it be the same on 3X?
On 3X, projected they will have about 11 to 13 laps, and that's with 2 cans. So it's just a tick higher than what they would have had with 1 can on 2X.
Gotcha. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of strategy. 2 tires, 4 tires. I mean, if they make green flag pit stop, Seth, what's it going to be? Full tank 2 tires? Don't run the risk of having a tire issue?
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I don't actually know about the tires, to be honest with you. I think that maybe if you don't smoke the tire coming into pit road entry, you may actually just go with the gas and go, try to avoid a mistake by the pit crew trying to change those tires. But it depends on the circumstances, and it's going to depend on who you come down pit road with as well. We need to remember also that this is a memorial race, and we have individuals and drivers from several different organizations and leagues across the Enter 2003 online community that are participating here tonight. So there is going to be, in some senses, some familiarity out there for some of these drivers, but there's also going to be a little bit of unfamiliarity. It was actually legitimately picking names out of a hat to determine who was in each one of these heat races, and there may be some drivers that some teammates would have liked to have had in these heat races that are over in the other heat race. So some of these guys maybe even having to go it alone or having to work with only 2 or 3 teammates as opposed to maybe having a group of 5 or 6. So it kind of changes up the strategy a little bit.
It does, and I think that kind of makes it interesting too, is like there's a bit of that luck of the draw aspect, like you mentioned, with names are literally being picked out of a hat in order to decide who gets in what heat race. So you kind of just have to work with who you got, and I think that's part of the fun of it.
Yeah, your friends are where you find them, and really, you can make plans before the before the race starts. But once the green flag comes out, I mean, all those plans can go out the window immediately. So, your friends are where you find them, as we like to say.
We will be bringing up race coverage here on your screen momentarily. They have just concluded practice and are into qualifying for the second heat race. We're currently waiting for practice to wind down in heat race number 1. We will be bringing you coverage of both. We've also got a specialty that we're breaking out for the very first time here tonight, but we won't be revealing that just yet. Let's talk a little bit here, guys, about this race as a whole in terms of the organization that's gone in, because I feel like some shout-outs definitely need to be given. Sean Prime has worked tirelessly in getting this thing together. It's been about 2 months in progress. His admin team as well here at Rolling Thunder Gaming, working tirelessly in terms of putting the word out there, making sure everyone has the correct information, all the links that they need. I mean, you have to have a well-oiled machine to get something like this off the ground, and they've done a tremendous job.
Drivers, to your cars.
Looks like the first qualifying heat has also gone into their qualifying session. How important do you think qualifying is going to be for these guys?
It's qualifying at a super speedway, Seth.
I know,
what do we always say about
But a lot of
qualifying at
guys say they
superspeedway?
want that track position, though.
Okay, well, I mean, here's another question: is Cody Lamas here tonight?
I do not
I don't
believe
think so.
Then you know what? We don't have anybody that's going to leave the server to get last place now.
More than likely not.
Nah, but I mean, starting up front's good because I mean, at the track like this with the setup and everything, it is definitely hard to pass, especially when you get trapped behind a line and are kind of just stuck there. But at the same time, depending on what happens and how many cautions we get, if any, it's it really doesn't matter where you start. It's all about how much you can climb up the field and get to the spot you need to be in.
We'll certainly do not want to lose sight of the reason for tonight's race. Of course, these drivers running in honor of the memory, the life, and the legacy of David Canon. And on behalf of Flatout Racing Network, want to send out heartfelt condolences to Leanne Canon, his wife, his daughter Amber Basabi, his sons Nick and Josh, and their entire family, as well as David's friends. You heard with all of those interviews we had here pre-race coverage. A lot of drivers going to be running here tonight with heavy hearts and a little bit of added determination here as well to not only advance in these qualifying races, but to perform well in the main event itself. So qualifying is nearly concluded for one of the heat races. Again, we're probably going to end up having one heat race go green a little bit sooner than the other. Running 2 races simultaneously, more than likely are not going to be able to get them to go green at the exact same time, but we will be bringing you coverage of both as things occur. Another thing that I was kind of thinking about here, guys, was, Michael, you alluded to it. There's going to be about 4 to 6 drivers that unfortunately are not going to make the show. Let's say you're involved in a wreck in the early going of one of these heat races. As long as the engine's still running, I feel like you have an obligation to still be out there turning some laps, because with the unpredictability of super speedway racing, some other drivers could run into some issues and you could still find yourself in a transfer spot by the end of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's you run it till the engine blows. That's all you can really do, because you never know who can wreck out or what can happen that's going to cause you to somehow manage to get into the top 20.
So it looks like, based off of our qualifying results, Sean Prime has got the pole position for the second qualifying race. Brian Lovell currently at the top of the board for the first qualifying race. That's not official yet. There's still a few seconds left, but currently clocked in a 51.941. Yeah, it looks like about 23 drivers took the green flag for a Q lap in the first qualifying session, and about 23-24 took the green flag for qualifying in the second
Speaking
Q
of
session.
speaking of green flag, I was just told they are going to get both races going at the same time, or they're trying to. So
Okay.
If you don't mind me saying this real quick as a bit of an update to real life NASCAR, the Xfinity race just ended under caution. Connor Zilich gets what I believe is his 10th win for the series so far, and if the math is correct, Sammy Smith in the 8 car, even after having to make an unscheduled pit stop, is going to get in by 1 point.
Whew, close, and it may be just as close here tonight as to who's transferring into the main event and who is not. All right. I've been waiting to reveal this here for the last few hours. People probably wondering, well, how are we going to end up seeing these races simultaneously? Well, through some testing and a little bit of trial and error, we are going to be able to bring you coverage of both heat races as they occur simultaneously. Now, David was a community servant. He drove a garbage truck for many years. It was a big red garbage truck, which aptly he named Big Red. In the spirit of that, we are revealing to you our Big Red split cam. There you can see on the top left qualifying race number 1. On the bottom right is qualifying race number 2. You'll be seeing the action in both heat races simultaneously as it occurs. Of course, once we get to our main event, it will be completely full screen, but again, guys, it's going to be kind of difficult to keep track of everything that's happening in both races. I've been thinking over in my head what happens if we have a big wreck in both races at the same time, but it's kind of one of those play it by ear as it occurs, I guess.
If you see something going crazy on one of the two screens, you just lose your mind. It's
That's
basically
right.
the way I've been approaching it.
This might be one of the few times having ADD might actually come in handy. That way you can just go back and forth.
It very well might be. So as Kyle, as you alluded to, sounds like they are going to try and get both of these races going green at the same time. So we will stay here with this split screen until that actually occurs.
Let me update you real quick. Turns out actually the 8 and the 54 tied in Xfinity points, and it looks like the tiebreaker might go to the 8.
Oh, okay.
Just something to update while we wait for the races to go green.
Want to shout out everybody that's been in our chat since we've gone live. David Shin, owner over at All-Star Racing. Rodney Sullins, wish we were able to see out here on track. Rodney, Dante was in our chat as well. Andrew Miller, one of our broadcast colleagues over at Top Dragster Network. Jeffrey Elliott, Dennis McCarthy, and Sean Prime, who's put tremendous hard work into this event. Was talking with Sean earlier on today. The man sounds exhausted with all of the effort he's put into this thing. So hopefully after this event is done, he can get himself some well-needed rest. Again, want to thank everybody that I've talked with during the span of these last 24 hours that took time out of their day for those pre-race interviews. And we will have some more coming up here in between the break of these heat races and the main event. So stay tuned for that as well. So I'm not sure if we are going to be letting the happy hours run out for both of these sessions or not. Looks like these drivers for the most part are out there practicing the green flag pit stops, which is maybe not a bad idea.
Yeah, not really. It's not a bad idea at all.
Yeah, those pit stops could be what makes somebody make the main event or miss it. Here we've seen pit stops come into play big time a lot over on the Thursday nights during the Talladega Challenge, and it could very well happen again here tonight.
Also want to shout out Rodney Sullins. As you can see on this split screen up on the top right, there are a number of renders that are sliding across the screen there that Rodney had done in paints that he had done for David Canon. Number of rides that David had on the racetrack, and from what I understood from Rodney, a couple that actually didn't get out on the racetrack. They were concepts that never actually saw any race time, but appreciate Rodney for those renders in this one here tonight. So Kyle and Michael, I'll ask you guys because, you know, we've been the regulars on Thursdays for the Talladega Challenge Series. Obviously, this being Talladega Superspeedway version 4, and it's been the track that during the current 66th season of the Talladega Challenge Series that these RTG drivers have been racing on. It's a super speedway, I know, and a lot of times, you know, you're not able to necessarily overcome the unpredictability, but does it give those drivers maybe a little bit of an edge since they've turned multiple laps on this racetrack so far in the last couple months?
It definitely has to. I mean, like you mentioned, they're here, you know, every single week. You know, they know how the track feels. They know what to expect. You know, we have some drivers coming in here just kind of doing a one-off thing. So, yeah, I feel like they might be at a little bit, you know, those drivers doing the one-off, I feel like they might be at a little bit of a disadvantage here. So, yeah, I would definitely give the RTG regulars, you know, yeah, I would definitely give them the upper hand in this.
I also agree with that statement because, you know, those guys know how this track races. You know what I mean? It's like they know what lane. Oh my God, my accent. I don't know what happens. Lanes. They know what lanes to go in, and to be in, and how to make passes and bring a line forward. So those one-off drivers, they're gonna probably want to try to stick to like the very inside. Seth, you know, remember, you know, how we used to think, oh, the inside lane, stay there, right?
Yep.
Nope. They don't know that you have to be at least about a whole half length or more off the inside lane to even make the bottom work.
And also, as well, throw a little spanner into the works. On Thursday nights, it's random qualifying. You don't get really to determine where you start, not only for these heat races, but also for the main event. Drivers are going to be able to go out there, set down 2 Q laps to determine where they are going to be in the respective starting lineups. So as we are drawing close to the green flag flying in both of these main event races. Again, want to thank everybody for tuning into our coverage here tonight. We will end up having those that ended up missing the pre-race interviews. This broadcast, once it is concluded, it will go into video form. You'll be able to go back and watch those interviews if you so choose. We're going to have these heat races here, these qualifying races, 29 laps in length for both of them. At the conclusion of these heat races, they will then be transferring all of the drivers that made it into the main event into a single server. They will have a practice amount of time there, in which we will be, during that allotted time, doing those mid-event live interviews. And then they will be preparing for a 47-lap feature to close out tonight's festivities in the Bones 00300 Memorial Race. You know, it's interesting, guys. I think one of the things that really kind of stood out to me as I've been talking with Sean Prime and others during the course of this past week was big reason for the qualifying races here tonight was the mentality for David Cannon was he never wanted to see anybody go home, never wanted to see anybody miss the race. You guys know we had those knockout qualifyings every Thursday night. If somebody was in danger of missing the race, David, if he was planning on racing, he was the first one to step out and say, take my spots. That is why we're having these qualifying races here tonight, so everybody has an equal chance to be able to participate.
That's a very classy move on his part. Anytime, you know,
Yes.
like you mentioned, anytime somebody, you know, was in danger of missing the race, or he would back out and give him his spot instead. So,
No, I agree 100%.
I do as well. Yeah, very classy move, sacrificing your own spot in the race to let somebody else in on the action.
Looks like they have kicked it forward to race. On one side, we're on zeros on the clock for the other side, so we'll see if we get that simultaneous green flag here. Looks like maybe they may have reset the previous one. They think they're trying to get this right on the dot to be able to have both go green at the exact same time, which will be quite interesting in its own regard. Wow, they hit that right on the dot. Both sessions kicked forward at exactly the same time. So we will be calling 2 green flags simultaneously here. Again, the top 20 drivers in each one of these qualifying races will transfer into the main event. Last opportunities for drivers to kind of settle themselves in, plan their pre-race strategy, maybe over whispers, do a little team communication of what the plan's going to be right out of the gate. You see in the first qualifier, Brian Lovell, Kelly Causey, going to be on the front row for that one. Qualifier number 2, Sean Prime and Joe DeSpirito. A lot of big names from a number of series and leagues across the Enter 2003 community, getting ready to take to this racetrack for 29 laps each. Those commands were actually very on par with each other too, so they may hit exactly the goal that they wanted of having these green flag fly right on the dot.
You know, we kind of touched upon this Thursday night. You know, you mentioned how stacked of an entry list this is here, given the, you know, how these qualifying races can go. Yeah, I truly think there's going to be a few surprises in terms of who's not going to end up making the main event. So
yeah,
I think it's going to be that kind of show.
Absolutely.
I mean, Talladega is just that type of track too. There's always that unpredictability factor in it. You really, truly never know what's going to happen on a track that has this much space and this fast of a racing pace. So, really, a whole lot is left to be determined here.
It's also going to be interesting to see what the racing will be like at the end. I mean, obviously, it doesn't matter if it's a heat race or a qualifier or a main event or even just maybe a 10-lap sprint for fun. As soon as that driver revs up the engine, heads off a pit road onto the racetrack, they've got a goal. They want to be the first one to the checkered flag. Now, this is only the races to transfer into the main event. You certainly do not want to throw away a transfer spot in trying to battle for the race victory, but will the cooler heads prevail? Will the big picture racing take place here? It'll be really interesting to see just how aggressive the racing gets here at the close of these two respective heat races.
I think go ahead.
I think common sense will prevail, at least, you know, in these heat races. If they know that, you know, they're locked in, or they got a good shot at, you know, being locked in, depending on how many cars we have to settle it here at the end of it after all these pit stops.
I agree.
You know, I feel like, you know, if they know they're locked in, and I feel like they'll play it a little bit safe. But it's going to be around that 20th spot that's going to be the most exciting, I think. If it gets to be in that situation.
That's the point that I was going to make too. I was thinking, like, if you're closer to the front, you're pretty safely in the top 20. Then I think you're fine. But if you're a little bit more hovering around that 20th spot, it might be a little bit more intense.
Well, guys, I hope you placed your food orders for tonight's races. We're getting ready for a long night of racing.
I've never said this before. Green flags are in the air here tonight for the qualifiers for the Bones 00300.
Did you guys remember to place your orders?
I had lunch. Oh, actually, I had my dinner before the races came on. So
I'll be honest, I was too nervous to eat.
Picked something up on my way home from work today. So.
I'm probably just going to starve until the end of it. And then
right,
eat a big feast when this is all said and done.
I've got some potato skins coming.
So as the drivers cross the line, I can confirm 23 drivers in each one of these heat races.
So 6 drivers are not going to make it in total.
They're already trying to get a third line going here in the first race. Here's like Jeffrey Elliott.
Is that Jeffrey Elliott up there?
Yes, it is. Sean Prime in the second qualifier moves from the bottom to the top there in front of Greg Palmer. Joe DeSpirito is starting on the outside of the front row. Third on that outside line. Schilling now trying to get the run. Top 4 clear on the inside line in the first qualifier.
Second qualifier has been pretty stable so far. They're still 2x2. They haven't really tried to get a third lane going just yet.
It's half the field in both of these races that we usually get. So.
Yep. You mentioned too, Kyle, the phrase "cooler heads prevailing." One would certainly have to think that's going to be the case here in the early going of this too, because that old adage, you can't win the race on lap 1, but you can certainly lose it. These drivers realizing what's at stake. I say that, and they're still trying to get that third line going in qualifier number 1.
That's Chuck McClure leading it right now. He won this past Thursday night in the Talladega Challenge at this very racetrack, so he's got a little bit of momentum heading into this race. It was his second win of the season, our first repeat winner in the Talladega Challenge this season.
Yes, it was. Still knotted up side by side between Prime and Schilling in the second qualifier. That outside line starting to build momentum in qualifier number 1 as well. Kelly Causey, Cameron Roberts have now gotten up alongside of Pat Makarski for the 5th position. Michael, you brought up a great point too about the fact that it's about half the field in these qualifying races, and we've seen that the smaller the pack is, the harder it is to generate energy to be able to build a run in the middle or the outside line.
And they did qualify for both of these heats, as we mentioned there. So that definitely does make qualifying, a lot more important than it usually is in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
At least some varying methods of racing in these two different heats, because we saw them immediately try to take it 3 wide in heat number 1, and they kind of got to the point where now the top 4 are all in front by themselves so far, single file. The second race has been a lot more tight. It's been a lot more side by side, 2x2 battling, but nobody's really tried to do anything too crazy just yet.
Pat Makarski's jumped up to the outside line now in front of Kelly Causey.
Outside lane.
Jeffries moving his way by for 5th.
Outside lane in Duel 2 getting the upper hand.
That's Sean Prime leading that one. Got Greg Palmer right behind him.
So far in both races, both pole sitters still out in front. Lovell in qualifier number 1, Prime in qualifier number 2.
Now let's see who's in the transfer position as they cross the line in both heat races.
Looks like it's between Ulysses Sandoval and Cy Jones in qualifying race number 2. And then I believe it's between Bobby Farrell and Robert Spring in qualifier number 1.
Who was that?
Finishers.
In Duel 2 that they just lapped. Passed him. Oh, there you go.
It's Graham McDonald.
Who had a farm and apparently didn't upload his paint scheme.
I wonder if he might have had connection issues. I'm checking to see.
I'm looking I have the broadcast feed on my other screen. It looked like, I'm not even too sure what happened. It looked like they just let him go on the outside, so.
I see in Duel 2 there was already skid marks coming down pit road.
Also, maybe an unscheduled pit stop there for Graham McDonald. I'm not sure. Waiting to see. Yeah, it said that he actually pit, so that's a good call, Michael. He is a lap down in that 33 car, and certainly would have to be a driver that hopes that his qualifying race does not trend green, because if it does, he's currently in a spot that would not advance into the main event.
Boy, Greg Palmer went from the bottom to the top over in race number 2, leading this thing, got right up in front of Brian Schilling in the 4, but that's going to open the door for Joe DeSpirito in the 24. They're side by side for the lead right now.
Yeah, it seemed like the first qualifying race was the crazy one with the aggressive moves. Now they've since kind of calmed down, and the action's picking up in qualifying heat number 2. They're gridlocked 2 wide all the way through.
The only thing I could really compare this to are the Daytona qualifying duels that they have in order to set the field for the Daytona 500. It seems like, because obviously they don't do those at the same time like we're doing this one, but, it seemed like usually one of those races was more, was crazier than the other, but kind of seeing that going on right now a little bit.
I kind of feel like that's true too, because like you said, they obviously don't do both races at the same time. That would just be all kinds of chaos. But I feel like that could happen because, you know, you watch the first duel, it gets a little bit crazy, and the drivers in duel 2 see that, and they're like, okay, let's maybe take it a little bit easier and not try to get that aggressive, not try to wreck any cars up for the actual race. And I feel like the same sort of thing is kind of applying in this sense, except nobody in race 1 has any idea what's going on in race 2 and vice versa. So it's kind of interesting how it played out that way so far in these early stages.
Got some beautiful tribute schemes in the field in both of these qualifying heats. Little ways back there in the first qualifier, you've got Bobby Farrell, his normal light blue Andy's Frozen Custard Dark Horse Mustang in black in memoriam of David Cannon. Over in the second qualifier, you've got the 017 of Jessica Loreley. We had Rodney talk about it in our chat here just moments ago. That is a throwback to the Domino's paint scheme that David Cannon would run on Thursday nights. And a couple of things that David loved was Domino's and Marvin the Martian. And you have a Marvin the Martian Noid on the hood of that 017 there. Really creative logo on that Chevrolet Camaro here tonight.
Oh, one car way out of line up there.
Is that Makarski, I believe? Yeah. Pat Makarski kind of getting shuffled out.
All by his lonesome right there on that very outside line. Gonna get in behind, I believe that's Jeffrey Elliott right in front of him.
Let's drop back here towards the tail end of the field. Of course, as we mentioned, 20 drivers from each one of these heat races are going to transfer. 3 drivers from each will not be advancing, and so this is just as important an area of the field as up at the front itself. You got Robert Spring, Bobby Farrell back in this area, along with Zachary Hall, Mike Mangialardi, and Dan
Mike, man,
Panatello.
I'm having a party.
And then in the second qualifier,
What about Donatello?
I believe you've got Joseph Landy Pavlon, Ulysses Sandoval, Glenn Harris back in that area, along with Brian Wolf and Andrew Miller.
Pit stops going on in the first race here. Robert Spring coming to pit road, and I believe that's
11. It's 11 laps into it.
It's Bernie Mobbs in the 31.
Remember, some like to pit early to avoid the congested pit road.
Not a bad strategy.
I think there might be a lot more pit stops coming too, because a lot of those drivers in that first race are now single file, not really trying to battle for any position. So I feel like a lot more pit stops are about to take place.
Certainly would have to thank Brian Lovell and Sean Prime, who led a good portion of their respective heats, would be some of the first to come to pit road.
Yeah, they're all running single file over in the first race. They're still double wide over here in race number 2, so I don't think they're thinking about pit stops right now, at least in the second race. But here comes Lovell and a lot of them coming down pit road this time.
That's
a lot.
Almost the whole field.
My.
Oh,
wow. Trouble. Who is that? Is that the
143. That was 143.
Bob Dixon.
That's everybody hot pitting at the same time.
Now everybody's pitting on over here in race number 2 as well, or at least most of the field, it looks like.
So really right around the same time in both races, around lap 12.
So that would put them about 5 laps short, if about the median 12 laps they can go on what they've got in the tank. Ooh, near contact there between Greg Palmer and Joe DeSpirito. Looks like John Godfrey, Joseph Landy Pavlon, Cy Jones.
Looks like Jessica Loreley got spun out coming to pit road over in race number 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have the feed.
It's gonna be a tough break for her if a caution doesn't come out there. I didn't see what happened, but
looks like there was just more of the same thing in race number 2. I was looking back at the, I guess, quote unquote replay on YouTube. You could see that there was some 3-wide action going on the pit road, and those drivers just kind of ran out of room like they did in the first one. All those drivers, some of them hot pitting too, trying to head for their pit stop at the same time. It can get kind of congested. So maybe a good call after all by those 2 drivers that pitted early.
Yeah, we've talked about this new version of Talladega Superspeedway, wider pit road. It looks like maybe the 21 of Randy Waugh may have lost.
Luigi?
May have stretch there on pit road entry. And looks like he's coming down pit road again. But we mentioned that they've widened out this pit road of this version of Talladega. And I guess with that 3, 4, and it almost looked like 5 wide coming to pit lane, they decided to test the theory and see just how wide it was. Jeffrey Elliott in the 56 speeding on pit road. We'll be seeing him having to make the dive to pit road entry here momentarily. Brian Lovell able to maintain the lead over in the first qualifier. Greg Palmer is, I believe, the new race leader in the second qualifier. Let me double check on that because scoring is currently showing Ulysses Sandoval, but I believe it has not updated itself. Looks like Bob Seminara may have had an issue on pit road as well. That 711, 712 sponsored car, but has the David Cannon 3 on the doors, now going a lap down to the leaders also. So we'll have to see once everything cycles around, because I have a feeling, as sounds like Billy Elliser may have gotten a speeding penalty in the first qualifying race. Pit road, just as much as the racetrack. We talk about how it determines a race winner. It could very well be the determining factor in whether you are just above the cut line for a transfer spot or not.
We saw how chaotic the pit stops were in both races. So, yeah, absolutely. If you make a mistake and all that congestion, it can definitely undo a decent run for you.
Looks like we can confirm one of the drivers that will not be moving on to the main event. Saw Jeffrey Elliott get hit with a black flag for speeding, came down pit road, and he's actually retired from the race. So there are 2 more drivers yet to be determined in qualifier number 1. All 23 drivers are still running in the second qualifying race, though you saw Graham McDonald go a second lap down. So currently, as things are scored, the drivers that are currently in the elimination spots in qualifier number 1 are Dan Panatello, Billy Elliser, and Jeffrey Elliott. In qualifying race number 2, it would be Garland Oaks, Bob Seminara, who is currently a lap down, and Graham McDonald, who is 2 laps down. See Dan Panatello in the first qualifier going a lap down there. Interesting paint scheme, but there's a reason behind it. Dan Panatello, a member of the pit crew for Tommy Baldwin Racing's modified team, so has that modified livery on his number 71.
Looks like everybody's really trying to take it easy for the most part after that first round of pit stops, but as soon as I say that, they're getting a second line going over here in the first race.
It's Keith Bynum, that bright green number 55, trying something.
Any updates on the drivers that had troubles on their pit stops?
As of right now, we're seeing Garland Oaks going a lap down in the second qualifier. Seminara currently a lap down. Graham McDonald -2. That's in qualifying race number 2.
So no matter
Qualifying
what,
race
it
number
seems
1,
like
Panatello and Elliser 1 lap down. Elliott out of the race.
So no matter what, it seems like Jess, even with the trouble on pit road, might still just escape with getting into the field.
Still a long ways to go in this one too. A caution could help some drivers get back on the lead lap here, and
That's
we
gonna be
still
the only
have one more trip we got to make to pit road too. It's already played a factor here 12 laps in. They're going to have to pit around 5 to go, which that's the money stop.
That's going to be the one thing that's going to break up whether or not these races finish at the same time, as if one gets a caution and the other doesn't. Do you imagine if they somehow time it to both get a caution at the same time?
You know what would be even more impressive is if they end up here running both races under green and finish at the same time.
Right? Checkered flag, who's going to win? One of us calls the one race, one of us calls the other.
I mean, right now it looks like qualifying race number 1's a little bit further ahead. They're just now coming through the tri-oval on lap 19. Qualifier number 2 was coming out at turn 4.
Yeah, I noticed qualifier 1. I think they got when the race first started. I think they got to the line just a little bit ahead of race number 2.
You also look at the lap times right now in terms of the fastest lap time turned. The pace is a little bit quicker in the first qualifying race. In qualifying race number 2, Doug Hulick has the fastest lap at 199.644 miles per hour, but in the first qualifying race, Jim Glaude, who currently runs in the 6th position, 201.966 miles per hour, just missing that 202 mile per hour mark.
That's what having a mellow yellow scheme will do for you.
Yeah, right?
I mean, the fields in both races are definitely a lot more spread out now after those pit stops. So I feel like that's also kind of contributing to the fact that they're not really racing as aggressively as they were at the start.
They're trying to get something going over here in this first race. See a couple cars on that outside. Kelly Causey, Jeremy Jeffries, and I can't tell who that is in front of him.
At the same time,
I believe that's the 55.
Is it the 55 or open? You said race 1, right?
Race 1, yep.
Okay, so that would be the 55. Ken Roberts, right?
Correct.
Good,
Right
I'm
now
glad I remembered that.
Right
I
now
feel
we
like I
got
haven't seen Ken race in a while. Why? I feel like I haven't seen him in forever. Maybe it's just because he's been having some bad luck.
I believe work.
That too.
That is bad luck, isn't it?
Bad luck
Depends
for
on who you
racing.
ask.
It's bad luck for racing, but good luck for your wallet.
Got 11 drivers in the lead pack right now in the first qualifying race. Second qualifier, they are quite spread out. You've got 6 drivers currently on the lead lap in this lead pack, and then about another half dozen drivers about 4 seconds behind. Now, this first pack has been able to also pick up a couple of drivers that have gone a lap down, including Jessica Lorley and Graham McDonald. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, make that Garland Oaks, not Graham McDonald. As a matter of fact, that's actually benefited both of those drivers because they were battling for the transfer spot in 20th and 21st. They have since now been able to also leapfrog Cy Jones and Keith Bynum. So now Lorelei and Oaks find themselves 18th and 19th. Jones and Bynum have fallen down along with Graham McDonald below the transfer cut line.
Drama. Sorry, I had to say that. It's drama. Drama in these
Makes things a
these
little bit
qualifier
more
races.
makes things a little bit more comfortable there for Oaks and Lorelei right now. So.
Wow, I wonder if have I been talking this whole time with my microphone off?
No, I don't believe so.
I've heard you.
Okay. Cool, because I just went to I always tend to go check my microphone now just in case. And
Well,
then
I
I'm
hope your
oh.
microphone's working because we're getting ready for pit road again.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
Race number 1.
Here we go.
Locking them
every
up
time I see
again.
smoke.
That was Greg Lovell. Little rear tire lockup there, but looks like everyone from this group made it on safely.
Race number 2, they're still staying out at the front.
So if I'm Jessica Loreley in the second qualifying group, I'm just hanging out at the back of this pack and pitting when they do.
Exactly.
And I'm just gonna get out of the way so the car behind me doesn't even have a shot at accidentally taking me out.
And that's what happened to her that first round of pit stops. She said somebody got into the back of her. So.
Milt Surratt, Nick Gunther, Andrew Miller, and Brian Wolf on pit road, at least for the first group. In the second qualifying race, we're waiting on the top 3, comprised of Ken Roberts, Jeremy Jeffries, and Kelly Causey in the first qualifier. And right on cue, here they come.
Okay.
Oh, the one. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Causey was going to stay out there, but now he's going to pit with him.
He jumped to the lead with that move.
Race 2, here come the leaders.
About 7 drivers, 8 drivers in that group.
And she was not
taken
out.
Perry Bond just went up and over.
Grip flip. No caution because it's below the line.
Wow.
I didn't think I was going to see that. He just flipped all by himself.
And this is coming to pit road.
I wonder if he flipped over the commitment line.
I think he did. I think he actually made the commitment line. It looked like he was to the left of it, so I think it would have still read him as making a correct pit stop. The question is, was he going over 55 or not? But I don't know if your wheels aren't touching the ground. Can they really peg you for speeding?
That would really be adding insult to injury right there.
It really would.
I know Red Bull gives you wings, but
he flew.
He flew.
He did fly. Guess we didn't think they were literal rings.
We're looking at Denny Carroll here. I believe in the first races, he might cycle around to the lead.
I believe right there is the transferring of the top position. Keeping an eye out, seeing if anybody's going to get hit with black flags. You don't want to get him on this money stop. Milt Surratt in the second qualifier. Black flag for speeding the Tide Ride. Going to have to come back down pit road.
That's a tough break.
He might be okay though, depending on how many cars are a lap down.
Lap 26 on the board for the first qualifier. Leaders are about to hit lap 26 here.
Is that the 47 that's leading?
No, he's one of the up-to-speed cars, but this is actually the race lead here now with Joe DeSpirito. Was waiting to see where Miller and company were going to cycle around. They were some of the first ones to pit road, but DeSpirito is actually going to be leading with 3.5 to go in the second qualifying race. So far, looks like everybody in the first qualifying race got it woed down in time. No black flags handed out, as it still sits with Panatello, Elliser, and Elliott as the drivers that would not transfer. We'll wait until this group in the second qualifying race come around to see who is below 20th position. You see Cy Jones getting bypassed here, getting put a lap down. He's going to tuck in right behind Sean Prime, right in front of Brian Schilling. Now first car 1 lap down. Looks like if scoring is correct, Bob Seminara, Glenn Harris, and Graham McDonald right now are in the elimination spots in the second qualifying race.
Bob
2.5 to go.
I'm really curious to see what the mentality is going to be for these drivers in these lead packs because, obviously there's not even anywhere close to 20 cars in these lead packs. So I'm pretty sure all of these guys are going to be comfortable with where they're at. The smart thing would suggest you're
I'm
there.
just surprised to hear Bob Seminara not being in the top 20.
Yeah.
I mean, Kyle
Like I
said it
mentioned before.
Yeah. Big names. With qualifying races like this, the opportunity was going to be there where big names were maybe going to miss out on participating.
Sean Prime making a move for the lead. Going to the outside here in race number 2.
He's got Josh Metallic, Doug Hewlick up there with him as well. Brian Schilling going to be 4 versus 3.
2 laps to go.
So how aggressive do they get? Because, if you're in this picture right now, you're basically safe on making it to the main event. But at the same time, you feel like you have an opportunity to go for the win. Do you maybe try and get a little bit racy?
Well, they're getting racy here in race number 2. Brian
That they
Schilling
are.
making it 3 wide there for the 5th position, it looks like.
Yep, that would be with Doug Hewlick. Cy Jones is a lap car in the middle line. They are single file and orderly here, getting ready to take the white flag in the first qualifier. They're coming around to take the white flag in qualifying race number 2 as well.
Oh, look out.
Guys, come on. This is just... You
Oh,
guys are safe
Metallic.
here.
Oh,
Come on.
Metallic made a move to the inside, or to the middle lane, but there's nobody with him.
They're having fun. They don't want to overdo it, though, because you don't want to wreck all these cars. At the end of the day, everybody's going to make it to the main event. That's what you're really going for. But
Let's see Sandoval coming up the middle right there in race number 2.
Spirito still having control of that pack here, is making their way through 3 and 4 on the
Making
top
their way
left.
downtown.
Looks like Denny Carroll maybe coming off of 4 to pick up the victory here. Ooh, is that Billy Elliser out of fuel right in front of them in the tri-oval?
Denny Carroll going to take race number 1. Here they come to the line in race number 2.
Fanning out double wide, 3 wide, Palmer, Prime, all trying it. We're going to be 4 wide there with Godfrey, but Joe DeSpirito. It's going to be a Chevy sweep in these 2 heat races. Carroll gets heat number 1, DeSpirito gets heat number 2.
And the people that are out of the race?
Waiting for everyone to cross the line before I give that official word. Asked you guys that experience on Thursday nights. Does it maybe help out here in knowing
Look
this
who won
racetrack?
those 2 races.
Exactly, 2 former winners on Thursday night this season.
And amazingly enough, we made it to the end of both of these simultaneous heat races all green. There were
Yes,
no
we did.
cautions.
Can't say without incident. But
Yeah, I mean, we
no
had a
full
Red Bull
course
car
yellow.
flipping.
Both Carroll and Carroll and DeSpirito going to be doing their respective burnouts here. And we've got the confirmation. So unfortunately, 6 drivers will not be transferring to the main event, 3 from each heat. On heat number 1, it'll be Dan Panatello, Billy Elliser, and Jeffrey Elliott. In heat number 2, it will be Keith Bynum, Glenn Harris, and Graham McDonald. 2 drivers, 2 entirely different burnouts. Forwards burnouts for Carroll, the signature. Reverse burnouts for Despirito. We will show you in just a moment the full results from these 2 respective heat races. I don't know if I mentioned this at the beginning or not, but where drivers finish these heat races do not determine where they start in the main event. They will get another opportunity to go out and set qualifying laps to determine where they will start for the official Bones 00300. Here are your finishing results from both of these heat races. Carroll, Lovell, the top 3 in the first heat race. Despirito, Palmer, and Polesitter Prime in the second heat race. Interesting, both the Polesitters for their respective heats finished in 3rd place.
A lot of parallels between these 2 races.
It really is. It's almost scary. Final transfer spot, 20th place in the first heat, going to Robert Breedlove. Bob Seminara gets the final transfer spot in heat race number 2. So 40 drivers now determined, and they will be getting themselves ready for 47 laps here at Talladega Superspeedway in the upcoming main event. That's going to take us into our post-race wind down for the heat races here, and we will be dialing up our race winners. We will then head into the midway portion of our broadcast, and we will be talking a little bit more with some drivers in regards to their stories and memories of David Bones Cannon. Let's see if we can get a hold of the driver that brought it home with the victory in heat race number 1. Let's get a hold of Denny Carroll.
User was moved to your channel.
Hey, Denny, it's the guys up here in the FRN booth. You got us.
Hello?
We got you, buddy. Man, great drive here tonight. Execution on pit road, pristine. Got you the race lead, able to keep him in your rear view mirror, but it was getting really interesting there at the beginning portion of this race. We were kind of weighing the options up here in the booth of how aggressive our driver is actually going to be if they're up in the top 20, not one to throw away a transfer spot. Were you a little surprised that we ended up seeing that 3 wide in the early going, or is it just the racer's mentality that if you got the run, you want to take it somewhere?
Some of these guys are going to race, don't matter what's on the line. I was happy to stay in the top 10.
Obviously, we talked about the fact we've seen you go to victory lane this current season on Thursday nights. With having the experience here in these first 5 races in the Talladega Challenge Series, this new version of Talladega, any of that experience come into play here in this heat race?
Yeah, a lot of it. I'm just happy to be here for Bones. You know, Bones was a really good guy.
Certainly was. Now, I got to ask about now getting your mindset here for this upcoming main event. About double the cars that you had here in this heat race, so a lot more opportunity for energy to be able to make runs and maybe double the opportunity for getting swept up in somebody else's mistakes. How different is the approach to a heat race like this as opposed to the upcoming main event?
I'd say things are going to get a lot more spicy in the next one. I don't think people's going to be as laid back.
Well, we are certainly looking forward to it. Congratulations on transferring into the main event, winning this heat race. Denny, we're going to open up the floor to you here for thank you, sponsor, shout out, or anything you'd like to say.
I just thank God and my family, and we still pray for Bones' family, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
That's Denny Carroll, brings it home P1 in the first qualifying race. Congratulations on a job well done, and maybe not your first checkered flag of the evening. Best of luck.
Thank you, guys.
See if we can now get a
User was
hold
moved out of your
of
channel.
the winner of the second heat. That would be Joe DeSpirito. Got to scroll a long ways down. They had two separate rooms for these two qualifying races. There we go. Let's get a hold of the driver of the 24.
User was moved to your channel.
Hey, Joe, it's the guys up here in the FRN booth. You got a copy?
Gotcha, guys. How you doing?
Hey, it was not too long ago we were talking to you in Victory Lane at this venue on a Thursday night. Here tonight in Victory Lane, transferring into the main event with a victory in the qualifier. Kind of seemed like in both the heat races, that money stop around 5 to go was the big difference maker into who was going to get the race lead and be able to hold on to it. But it was kind of interesting because obviously you're not aware of what's going on in the other heat race, but it was kind of reverse races. They went 3 wide in the early going of the first qualifier. You guys were attempting 3 and 4 wide in the closing stages of your heat race. How difficult was it to kind of figure out what lane to block? And were you a little surprised with all of you in transfer spots that it got that interesting?
Yeah, it was kind of hairy at the end there. I don't know what happened in our race, but I think there was some type of glitch in the game to where it put out the white flag like a lap early. So if you saw, we were trying to finish 3 wide there with 2 to go, but we thought it was the final lap. And that ended up not being the final lap. So we had to go around again, and everything kind of, everybody got in their lines after that, and it wasn't as racy as the last lap. But yeah, there was like a glitch there, but yeah, there was 3 wide at the end that we thought was the end. That was pretty exciting.
Definitely an exciting race to watch. Now, obviously, got to be maybe a little bit different of a mindset here going into the main event. You had 23 drivers in your heat. There was roughly around, I think we counted 7, 8 drivers in that lead pack when you guys were coming around on the final lap. Going to be a lot of differences in terms of energy, in terms of maneuverability. What is now the mindset and preparation for this upcoming main event? What from the heat race can you maybe take away in preparation for it?
Well, I think we got a couple guys here that don't normally race on Thursdays, so got to be aware of them. And there's going to be a lot of aggressive people. It's not points racing, so people are going to be going checkers or wreckers. So maybe driving a little defensive and being aware of some wrecks. So we'll see. I don't know, man. It's going to be nuts. It'll be fun, though.
Certainly is. We cannot wait to see what happens here in this upcoming main event. Congratulations on the victory here tonight in the heat race. Best of luck in this upcoming 47 lapper. And before we let you go, Joe, we'll let you have the floor for thank you, sponsors, shoutouts, or anything you'd like to say.
I want to thank you guys at FRN for putting this on. I want to thank Prime for putting this all together, and all the admins at RTG. I want to thank, of course, David Cannon for all his help with me throughout the years. He was always rooting for us and always rooting for me, and really helped me, with qualifying and just getting set up. And I'll tell a quick story before I do my sponsors about David. There was one time when my computer crapped out on me and I had to set up a new computer, and I'm installing TeamSpeak and so on and so forth, and all of a sudden I'm in TeamSpeak trying to set up my new whispers, and it's like 2:00 in the afternoon. Nobody's in TeamSpeak. I'm fixing it, and all of a sudden he pops up in my room. Hey Joe, how you doing? It's David. And I'm like, whoa. And he's like, hey man, and he helped me through setting up my whole computer and everything. He just popped up out of nowhere. He just saw me in there and thought maybe I needed help, and that's just the kind of guy David was. He just, he'd do anything for anybody so they could get on that track, man. And it's great to know him, and we're gonna miss him. So let me get to my sponsors here. I want to thank Race LM, Sullins Paints, Redline Performance Motorsports, Mobs Motors, Mobs Paints, Bernie's Paints, Old City Fly Shop. I want to thank my dad for watching, Uncle T, LC, Dan, and everybody at work. Thanks, guys.
Joe DeSpirito, winner of the second qualifying heat race here tonight, getting ready to run in the main event. Again, thank you for taking the time here, giving us that story about David. Yeah, we understand that he was the techie guy here for everybody to be able to come to if they needed to get themselves on the racetrack, as you said. So appreciate that story, and best of luck here in this upcoming main event. Maybe not the last time we talk to you this evening.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Joe DeSpirito, the winner of qualifier
User was
number
moved out of your
2.
channel.
Denny Carroll, winner of qualifier number 1. They are currently in the process of getting everybody filed into the same server now, as we will have a 40-car deep field ready to take the green flag in the upcoming main event. While the admins do their thing and starting to get that all organized, we're going to take the opportunity here under this break to talk with a couple more people in regards to their memories of David Cannon. Let's see if we can start with the driver of the number 28, Mark Paglia.
User was moved to your channel.
Hey, Mark, it's the guys up here in the FRM booth. You got us?
Yes, Seth, I got you, man. What's going on tonight?
Well, man, I'll tell you what. First off, congratulations on transferring into the main event. Some very interesting heat races there, but obviously we end up when we have these type of qualifying races, everybody wants to make sure they're above the transfer spot. They want to participate in the main event, but with this having the gravitas behind it, the meaning behind it, honoring David Cannon, just how much more driven does that make a driver?
Well, everybody here really wants to participate in that final race. For David, Cannon, he was such an awesome guy, and everybody just wants to be in the big show to support him and his family. I can't imagine what they're going through. I lost my wife 4 years ago. And just a bit of story about David. He was one of the few people that actually called me up and just wanted to say he was there for me, and that's the kind of guy it was, just not on the track, but personal life too.
Yeah, absolutely. We've heard multiple stories about David, how not only accessible he was, but how he seemed to treat everybody as if they were a family member that he'd known for years. When was the first time that you had your encounter with David?
It was probably a good 6 years ago when I first got into RTG. I was strictly over at ACT with Chuck and those guys, and then I got pulled over to do the Thursday night, and David welcomed me with open arms, and he wanted to know a little bit about me. Like the first day the first Thursday I raced with him, he just pulled me into a separate room and asked a few things. I don't know if he was just trying to feel me out to see what kind of a guy I was. I'm sure that's part of it, but he just wanted to welcome me, and that's the kind of person he was.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people kind of have described him as a mentor. Others have described him as a fierce friend. Obviously, in the case of what we're doing here tonight, the magnitude of what we're doing here tonight, you can definitely get a feeling, a sense of community and everything. How different is it for a racer mentality taking part in an event like this as opposed to just a weekly series? Does it change the way that you race in any way?
It's a different kind of motivation. It's more of an emotional piece for us for tonight. We all really want to do our best, and I think you could tell by both of these races. I don't think there was a yellow flag. I was in the second race, but I don't think there was a yellow flag in either races. So we were all just really watching ourselves and trying to pay extra attention and treat each other with respect and make sure we didn't get too aggressive, but we still wanted to be up front and be a part of it all. It's an emotional piece more than it was on a Thursday night.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely could see that as well here in these heat races. It's going to be interesting to see now as we double the field what goes down here in this 47 lapper coming up. Mark, I appreciate taking the time here. I know that in just a little bit you're going to be getting ready to get onto the racetrack for the main event. Again, congratulations on transferring through. We're just going to open up the floor here to you for any final remarks you'd like to make.
Well, I'd just like to thank all the RTG admins. They've always been so supportive and so great, and especially Sean for putting this race on. And I think that Seth Cole and his group is doing a great job. I'm watching the YouTube videos as we speak, so I think
you did an awesome job of all this memorial to David. I mean, I can't think of much better thing that we could do for David as far as the race community.
Absolutely. It's been an incredible night so far, and it's just getting started. Best of luck here in this upcoming main event, and thank you for taking the time to be able to talk with us and give us a little bit of background of a little bit more into who David Cannon was.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for letting me be a part of it all, Seth. Have a good night, man.
That's Mark Paglia. We're going to be seeing him taking
User was
part
moved out of your
in the
channel.
main event here very shortly. Let's see if we can now get a hold of the driver of the number 4. Saw him in that 3 wide, almost 4 wide movement at the end of the second qualifying race. Let's get a hold of Brian Schilling.
User was moved to your
Hey,
channel.
Brian, it's the guys up here in the FRN booth. You got us?
Yeah.
Man, I'll tell you what, things got very interesting there at the close of that second heat. We understood from Joe you guys got a little bit of misinformation, the timing of the white flag there, but we were kind of wondering here with this transfer race, just how aggressive things were going to be at the front, knowing that you were going to be making your way in. Was that just kind of, you know what, we're in pretty good spot, let's have some fun?
Yeah, right at the end there. Pretty much that's what the idea was. Let's at least put a good finish out there for everyone.
Obviously, tonight, a big race for a big reason, remembering the life and the legacy of David Bones Cannon. I'm going to basically ask you the same thing I've been asking just about everybody, whether it's been the live interviews or the pre-recorded interviews. What was your first experience with Bones when you came over here to RTG?
Basically, I was running at a different league, and like Chuck McClure, Mike Scott, they were telling me to come over here and run Thursdays. So I started running Thursdays, and I found out there's a super speedway series on Tuesdays called Speed Freaks. Started running those. I wasn't real good at super speedway, so it's like, well, this is another way to get better at it. So at that time, Bones was running the series, and we kind of, like to true fashion, he was just very welcoming. I'd sit after the race, talk with him some, and ran some seasons, and at a certain point he ends up asking me to help him admin the series. And just many nights with him, just doing instant reports and just talking about just life in general.
It's interesting you bring up, I feel like there's been a number of people that I've talked to that have said that they came over to RTG from another series, and obviously with what we've seen, 20 plus years, Rolling Thunder Gaming has been going strong. People have now found this as a home, if you will. How much did David play into making Rolling Thunder Gaming seem like a place of belonging that people have stayed for years and years?
I mean, he was amazing. If there was problems, if there was disagreements, he knew how to work them out. He knew how to, have those tough conversations and, make sure that anything was addressed. Any problems, just, he was such a good speaker. And, he was always about making sure that things operated to the best that it could.
Well, Brian, congratulations first off on transferring into the main event. Looking forward to seeing you take part in this upcoming 47 lapper. Also, tremendous thanks for taking the time here to be able to talk with us, give us your memories of Bones. Before we let you go, though, we're going to give you the floor. Any other final remarks that you would like to make? It's all yours.
Yeah, I mean, that's, just thank him for, seeing something in me that I didn't really see myself. Having the confidence in me to be able to help this league. Just, he was a really good guy. He supported me during a few really tumultuous times between different series and what I had going on, and he 100% supported me, had my back. Just, you know, you couldn't ask for a better guy, and it hurts. It still hurts with him gone. So, you know, I'm going to do the best that I can tonight for him. And, you know, just remember the good times. Remember, you know, the laughs, the arguments in the racing that we put on, you know, that me and him were proud of and were able to, you know, just be so happy to see guys having fun and, you know, good, hard, respectful racing.
Absolutely. Well, Brian, again, thank you for taking time to be able to talk with us. Best of luck here tonight. Looking forward to seeing you perform here at Talladega, and best of luck. Maybe this isn't the last time we're talking to you this evening.
All right. Thank you.
User was moved out of your channel.
See if we can now get a hold of the driver, the number 21. Let's see if we can dial up Randy Waugh.
User was moved to your channel.
Hey, Randy, it's the guys up here in the FRM booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you.
Man, first off, congratulations transferring your way through into the main event. Some interesting times in both of those heat races, maybe at different points of the race, but we definitely saw pit road play a huge factor into the outcome of these races and everything. You're getting ready to gear up for 47 laps here in just a few moments, but I wanted to bring you up here, give you the opportunity here to talk about David Bones Cannon. You know, I'm going to ask you the same thing I've been asking just about everybody, because it's amazing that David and RTG, it spanned over 20 years, and there were different drivers that came in at different points. What point was your first interaction with him?
It hadn't been too long ago, just a couple of years. I came in late, and I talked to him when I was joining this league, and he was so gracious and helped me get in, get everything set up. And he's always, anytime I had a question or anything, he was always there to answer it. He was a great guy.
Yeah, we definitely, with a lot of the people I've been talking about or talking with, definitely one of the big thing they talk about was he was always accessible and always willing to go the extra mile to help somebody out. You know, you talk about kind of coming in here a little bit later than some other people. How difficult a transition is that when you have other people that have been pretty established in a series or in a league? And how did David play a part into making the transition easier?
Yeah, I struggled a little bit when I first got here. You know, you got to earn your respect over here. And since I was new, I felt I was beat up a lot. And I talked to David about it once, and he just said, hang in there and do the best you can. And eventually people will see how well you can drive, and it'll click. And it did.
You know, obviously, you know, tonight, very special night, running in memoriam of him. Is there a point? I know that a lot of times when I talk with drivers, when it's a weekly race, they're laser focused. They a lot of times they don't think about points. A lot of times they don't think about whether you know, if there's like a bracket challenge like they have on Thursday nights. They don't think about that. They think about, I want to be the first one to that checkered flag. Here tonight, how much does the memory of David Cannon and kind of maybe the motivation in that regard, how much does that creep into a racer's mind?
Well, I think everybody wants to win this first inaugural race. Yeah, that makes it special, just being that first one. And I'm going to give it all I got. I hope I can win it. I'm going to try my best.
Well, Randy, we appreciate you taking the time here to talk with us. I know you guys are not that far away from when you're going to be gearing up and getting ready to take part, as you said, here in this inaugural event. We wish you luck in that, but we're going to open up the floor to you for any closing remarks that you'd like to say.
Thanks, man. Thank you to you guys for televising this. It's always a great thing to watch. Uh, Thanks to RTG and all the guys over there. They do an amazing job, and to keep this going and make it fun for everybody. And shout out to Bones, man. I wish he was here. He's truly missed, and I hope he's looking down and he enjoys this racing tonight. Shout out to my sons, Christian and Corey, my grandsons, Adrian, Asher, and Asa. And got to do a special shout out to Corey. Corey, we're about to be in a big race. Hope we can get another interview.
It's going to be a big race indeed. Congratulations on transferring into it, Randy. And as you said, maybe not the last time we talk to you here tonight. Best of luck.
I got one more thing.
Yep.
I've got it's first chance I've gotten to give Rodney Sullins a shout out for my paint job on my car. He did an amazing job, and I love it, and I think it stands out. And I hope Michael enjoys that Luigi on the back of it.
Yeah, he has definitely remarked on it. I think it makes it his favorite car in the field for sure. Randy, appreciate you talking with us here, and best of luck.
All right, thanks, Seth. Y'all have a good one.
User was moved out of your channel.
Let's see if we can get a hold of our last interview of the night and see if we can dial up Jeremy Jeffries.
User was moved to your channel.
Hey, Jeremy's the guys up here in the FRM booth. You got us?
Hello, guys. How you doing?
We're doing great. We just got treated to 2 incredible heat races. Green flag from start to finish. Pit road playing a pivotal part into both of them. And you come out on the plus side of the transfer cut line. Going to be taking part in this main event here tonight. I want to ask, because I've gotten a lot of people's point of views of the driver point of view. I want to ask from an admin point of view, because I know that Sean, yourself, all of the admin team here at RTG have put a tremendous amount of effort into organizing this, making sure that all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed. Obviously, there's got to be some pressure behind that, but now that it's occurring, now that the event is in full swing and we've got 2 heat races under our belts and we're gearing up for this main event, what is the sense of feeling right now?
Relief. You can't imagine how many messages and phone calls and text and everything that's been passed around, especially the last 24 hours, just making sure everything was ready to go and that we were set up for a smooth transition from each race, making sure everybody had a place to go, everybody knew how to get there, car files were ready. You all had everything you needed for the broadcast, and it's so far it's been smooth sailing, and thankfully we were able to get that accomplished.
Definitely have. It's been an exciting night so far, and we're just getting started. Got that main event race coming up here in just a few moments. Jeremy, I'm going to ask you, I've been kind of sounding like a broken record for most of the people I've talked to here tonight, but obviously we'd love to get the background of when these individuals we're talking to first came into the RTG community and their first interactions with Bones.
As far as some of these people go, I have not been here as long as a lot of them. I came at the end of 2015. I think my first season was January of 2016. And of course, my first interaction is most like everybody else's. You want the Bones wanted to meet with everybody. He wanted to sit down, tell you about his expectations, what the league was about, how we raced, the respect. And he wanted to make sure you were on board with that and you were good to go. And he'd ask you about your racing history and where you came from and what brought you to RTG. And he genuinely cared about every person that came in here and wanted to have some kind of personal interaction with them before they ever got on the track.
Yeah, I remember, I can't remember exactly who it was I was talking with, but they talked about David's discernment and his decision making and how that has played such a pivotal part into not only the longevity of Rolling Thunder Gaming, but the level of competition as well that has consistently been a high point, whether it be on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, it doesn't matter. It always seems like every single race there is tremendous competition, and that's what keeps people here and draws in new people as well. Let's talk about the future here now, because as you said, he would single out everybody that came in, he would talk to them, he would get their history, he would kind of lay down the do's and don'ts and everything. You're a member of the administration team here. How much from what you kind of saw David do as an admin plays into what you currently do and what you'll be doing in the future?
Gosh, I might have to step up my game for sure. I mean, nobody can do what David did. None of us individually have what it takes to do what he did, but together as a staff, as the administration, as you call it, we've been working great together, communication, and that's what it's going to take for the group of us to make sure that we're half as good as Bones ever was at doing this.
How about the race coming up here? I know that when it comes to super speedway racing, we've seen you be able to get up there, get victories. You're a champion on Thursday nights, a multi-time champion, as a matter of fact, and pretty good at turning laps here at Talladega Super Speedway. Tougher task here, though, with the fact it's going to be double the field you had in your heat race. You guys do get the benefit of qualifying, though. So how much do all those little ins and outs, how does that change the mentality of getting ready to take the green flag now as opposed to when you took the green flag in the heat race?
I probably have a better chance of getting a good starting spot if we auto, to be honest. I'm not good at qualifying. But for me, it doesn't really make a difference. I'm going to be mid-pack at best. Just that first race was all about making it to this one. And now this one's all about making it to the end and having a chance to win. So not much is going to change from how I raced the first race to the second race. I just want to be there and hopefully position myself at the end to have a chance at it.
Well, Jeremy, I appreciate taking the time to talk with us. I know you guys are pretty close to qualifying here, so we're just going to quickly open the floor to you for any closing remarks that you'd like to make.
Yeah, gosh, I know this. We had to add an extra hour to this memorial, the pre-show, because of all the outpouring and the interviews and the things people want to say about Bones. And unfortunately, I chose to do this live, so I don't get as much time as some other people. But it's great to have this, that all these people showed up, that everybody's had positive things to say about Bones, and just what a guy he was. He was here to help everybody and anybody, anytime. And I'd say at least 90% of the guys that have shown up here and raced, he's had some part of helping them along the way. That's who he was, and he knew how to get this game working when nobody else could. So it's a tremendous loss for us and for the community. And like I said earlier, we're going to try to work as a team to continue to do what he did, but he's irreplaceable. And I just want to put on a good race here and put on a good show. And unfortunately, I haven't got to watch what everybody else said because of trying to make sure everything pre-race was going smoothly and that everything was done. But I can't wait to watch back the pre-race show and just see what everybody had to say, and I'm sure it's going to be emotional, and I'm not ready for it, but we put this on to honor him, and I think we have done so, and I'm grateful for that, and for you all for coming out here and being a part of it.
Well, certainly a job well done so far here tonight. Been incredible racing, and we're looking forward to seeing how it closes out here this evening with this upcoming main event. Jeremy, again, thank you for taking the opportunity to talk with us here, and best of luck in the upcoming race.
Thank you, guys.
User was moved out of your channel.
So that is going to conclude our interviews here. Drivers have been on track. They've been turning some laps here. We're not that far away, I don't think, from when they will be going green. Again, want to send out on behalf of FRN and the entire commentary crew our condolences to David Cannon's family, Leanne Cannon, his daughter Amber Basabi, his sons Nick and Josh, as well as the entire rest of the family and David's friends. We understand that many of them are tuned into our coverage here tonight. We hope that we're doing David proud for sure. And I have to chuckle because I remember the day that we got the unfortunate news of David's passing. It was on a Thursday, of all days. We were getting ready for a Talladega Challenge broadcast that evening, and in the span of, I believe it was about 4 hours, so many different wheels were turning, so many collective efforts, and we were able to have a tribute race right then and there, almost an impromptu tribute race that evening. Rodney Sullins put together some incredible graphics. We were able to get all the drivers gathered around the number 3 in the infield, which made for an unbelievable visual. The feeling of that was incredible in and of itself, the coming together of drivers on such a short notice for that. Sean Prime, as I mentioned, Jeremy Jeffries, the rest of this admin team, Josh Metallic, Brian Schilling, Ron Hagelin, Jeff Supta, everybody that has played a part into organizing this for the past 2 months. The effort has been at an all-time high, and you are seeing the fruits of their labor here tonight. 2 incredible heat races, and this main event, no doubt, is going to deliver based off of what we saw. I have to say, from a personal standpoint, I know that we've had a number of people talk here tonight, whether it be live or in the pre-race interviews, about David Cannon. My first interaction with David was we ended up having our broadcast colleague Jessica Shelton bring up to David that we were a broadcast group, and he was immediately interested in getting the Talladega Challenge Series open to the public, eyes on that series in particular. We've documented David was a super speedway racer. He was an okay speedway racer. He didn't really care for the road courses. I'm kind of with him in that regard, but he loved super speedway racing, and he wanted the light to be shown on the Talladega Challenge Series. I had the opportunity numerous times to be able to talk with him, whether it was in regards to the broadcast here for the Tally Challenge Series. We eventually migrated in the Bare Bones Racing Series. We covered some Wednesday night events. We had the special events, the All-Star races. David was impeccable in his organization of making sure that everything was exactly as it needed to be. There would be points where he had a calendar where he had everything marked, and I would get the occasion where he would hop in and say, "You made sure that you had this date locked in for us," and he was very, very good in making sure that, as I've mentioned, on the administrative side and everything, but also in terms of making sure that the broadcasts were all squared away and ready to go. David was the captain. He was the head of the ship, and he took that job very, very seriously. So, from a personal note, really going to miss him, and I'm going to cherish all those times that he and I had the interactions when it came to the broadcasting here on RTG. Well, gentlemen, it's almost time for these guys to get themselves geared up for 47 laps of racing. We were a little surprised about what happened there in the beginning of heat race number 1 and the end of heat race number 2. Are there any surprises here in this race, though?
I don't know if there's going to be any surprises or not. I mean, the aggression level is definitely going to pick up in this one, as if it didn't at the end of heat race. What was it, number 2, when they were 3 and 4 wide headed to the stripe? So just expect more of that as we go along in this race.
I think you're going to see the level of speed rise up in this one as well. Obviously, with 40 cars in the field now instead of 23, I think it was, per heat race, it's going to be a lot faster. So the lap times are going to go by a lot quicker. That could lead to a lot more aggressive racing.
A little bit more cut and dry, maybe in terms of the amount of times they're going to have to pit, but there is a slight difference. Normally on Thursday nights, we run 66 laps in length. Here tonight, main event race is only 47 laps. That little bit of an expedited distance, how does that come into play?
That just gives them a shorter amount of time to try to plan their moves, try to determine where they want to be when it gets down to the closing stages. Plus, you have a couple of, at least, 2 pit stops in this thing, so...
So I believe that...
Yeah, we're on 2x, I think, for this one.
Yep. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that we have about another 17 minutes before we are going to be going to green flag here, or at least to qualifying. The scheduled time for the main event was going to be at 9 p.m. Eastern. So what we are going to do is we are going to step away from our microphones. We are going to take a little bit of a break. We will keep the slideshow here of these photos that were provided by the Canon family through Sean Prime. And once we get into qualifying and get ready for this race, we will resume our coverage here of the upcoming main event of the David Bones Canon 00300. So keep it here. We thank you for joining us, and still plenty more to come here on the Flatout Racing Network. welcome back everyone to the Flatout Racing Network's coverage of the Bones 00300. It is main event time. 2 qualifying races in the books. 40 drivers gear up for 47 laps. Once again, taking to Talladega Super Speedway. I'm Seth Cole, again joined by Jack Mitchell, Kyle Matthews, and Michael Norman. And guys, we were talking earlier with some of the drivers that won those heat races, Denny Carroll and Joe DeSpirito, and it seems like there may be a general consensus that now it was basically survive and transfer in the first races. Now everybody wants to say that they won the inaugural version of this memorial race.
Yeah, the hard part is over with. Having to sweat out the heat races, those are over with. Everybody knows they're locked in. This is the main event, so it's go time now.
Yeah, we go from the hard part to the fun part. Now everybody's going to be trying to do everything they can to pick up the checkered flag in this race, and that means we're going to see people go way more aggressive. And like I said before we took that little break too, expect to see the speeds go up with now a full 40-car field on the racetrack.
Number of drivers had some adventurous paths into this main event. We'll be talking about that during the course of this race, but here is a look at the starting lineup for tonight. 40 strong as Sean Prime clocks in at a solid pole lap time. He'll start alongside of Dante Ricky on the front row. Greg Lovell and Kelly Causey, they'll be in row number 2. Brian Lovell, Chuck McClure, row 3. Randy Waugh and our second qualifying race winner, Joe DeSpirito, will be in row 4, with the top 10 completed with Ken Roberts and Bernie Mobbs. Bob Seminara and Mark Paglia, they'll be back in row 6. Row 7 finds Greg Palmer and Josh Metallic. Row 8, Bob Dixon and Milt Surratt, Robert Breedlove, Mike Mangialardi in row 9. And our first qualifying race winner, Denny Carroll, will complete the top 20 with Robert Spring. Jessica Lorley and Doug Hulick, they're back in row 11. Row 12, Brian Schilling and Pat McCarsky. John Godfrey and Jim Glaude, they're in row 13. Row 14, Jeremy Jeffries and Bobby Farrell, with Doug Woolley and Nick Gunther completing the top 30. Zachary Hall, he'll be back with Ron Hagelin in row 16. Row 17, Dave Robbins and Andrew Miller. Joseph Landy Pavlon is in row 18 with Garland Oaks. Row 19, Cy Jones and Ulysses Sandoval. And then Perry Bond and Brian Wolf will make up the 40-car starting lineup here tonight. Full field. Gonna be a lot of action to cover here in this one. We had them split off into 2 races for the qualifiers. All those that transferred now all together in one massive group. As through the tri-oval they come, that extra 100 feet to the start-finish line midway between the center of the tri-oval and turn 1 could be the difference maker here tonight. Well, this one is for the family of David Bones Cannon. The first inaugural Bones 00300 is green.
Was just informed that they're looking at lap number 3 as a silent lap in honor of David Cannon.
Yes, indeed.
I believe we will do the same in that case.
Absolutely.
Sean Prime getting a good jump there. He'll go to the lead.
Going to go up to the outside there. The inside lane isn't quite formed up yet, but it will here once they are able to get caught up.
Got a trio of drivers down there. Greg and Brian Lovell along with Randy Waugh.
Luigi.
The middle line broke up a tiny bit there through the center of 3 and 4. A little movement, little distance between those bumpers, and that allowed the inside line to surge.
Yeah, the inside line really picked up a ton of momentum from that. Now you're going to see Sean Prime maybe start to fall back just a little bit. Depends on how long he can keep up that momentum on what's basically now the middle line, but it's the outside in terms of the leaders.
Chuck McClure saw that third line forming there with Ken Roberts and Mark Paglia. He jumped up to try and spearhead that movement to the front. Looks like they may try to have to gain that momentum back. It stalled them for just a little moment. Now he's gotten himself alongside of Kelly Causey. That's going to be 3 wide for, well, was going to be 7th. Now it might be for 5th as they get a massive run into turn 3. Ken, though, a little up the track, and he, well, looks like Paglia's trying to let him in. Now they're going to find themselves 3 wide there as they make their way through the tri-oval. We are going to take a silent lap 3 here in memory of David Bones Cannon. Very nearly calamity there for Mark Paglia through the tri-oval. Nice save, a nice job by everybody around him to allow him to gather it back up. That could have been the big one.
Yeah, there was a little bit of cluster. There was a bit of a cluster on the bottom with those 2 bottom lanes. I was a bit worried that there was going to be a little bit more than just one car hitting the wall. So, great save and good job by everybody else to keep it clean.
Paglia was up inside of the top 15. This is going to drift him back, I would say, outside of the top 30. That's the one thing about the big pack of race cars here tonight as well. You have a mistake like that, and there's going to be a horde of drivers still with their foot in the throttle that are going to be willing to take advantage of the situation, as looks like maybe a second line beginning to form once again. Joe DeSpirito, who found victory lane in the second qualifying heat here not too long ago this evening. Got some help from Bernie Mobbs and Bob Seminara. You know, we were talking about this during the break. A lot of different drivers had some interesting paths and still transferring into this main event. We saw Seminara was a lap down. Jessica Loralee, who right now is up inside the top 10 behind Kelly Causey, was a lap down. And even Perry Bond, who we saw barrel rolling across the commitment line on pit road, still was able to transfer his way into this event.
Tell you what, never would have thought when I saw that car, taking it, have that issue coming to pit road. Never would have thought he would have made it in right there with the, with the kind of damage that he suffered. But, pretty impressive job to get into the race after that happened.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat there, Kyle. I'm honestly surprised by that, the way he flipped around. I mean, just out of seemingly nowhere too. It's impressive that he managed to pull off that comeback.
That outside line prevailed here as Joe DeSpirito will take the lead. Looks like the top 3 are single file for side-by-side battle. Looks like for the 4th position right now between Greg Lovell and Greg Palmer.
A couple of Gregs knotted up there.
Greg,
spot inside of the top 5. Obviously, with us having the big red split cam during the qualifying races, we couldn't really have the bigger screens to be able to focus on different things. Now with having the singular screen here for this main event, gives us the opportunity to be able to highlight some of the tribute schemes that we've got in the field here this evening. Sean Prime, who started on the pole in both his heat race and here in the main event. You see with the Sobe No Fear sponsorship, with that number 3 prominently up on the top of the hood. And see if we can get an angle here. He's got the Marvin the Martian on the side of his car as well.
You can
just
find the
behind
right
the
camera
15.
angle.
Actually, you know who actually would give us a good look? Let's see if we can get the right side of McClure here. There it is.
There it is.
There you go. It's about time, cameraman. Gosh.
Another Marvin the Martian right behind Chuck McClure right there, Jessica Loralee. Right there on the hood, there he is.
Combination
Marvin the Noid, I guess we'd have to call him here.
Where is the... forgot what he called the little stick of TNT.
Earth-shattering kaboom?
No, that's what happens when it explodes. It was a specific
There
name
was
he
supposed
had.
to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Are you talking about the 55 there of Nick Gunther? It's another one that's got Marvin the Martian on his car there.
I'm gonna get
Where?
the
Where?
year
See it
wrong.
right there?
2002, I believe he said this.
I think
that's
I knew I was gonna get it wrong.
Yeah,
If you knew you were going to get it wrong, then why did you say it?
Because I hoped I was gonna be wrong in getting it wrong.
I believe that was 01. Don't quote me on that.
I'm actually kind of surprised to see Nick in a. I mean, in a super speedway race, more or less. I mean, I know it's a memorial race and everything, but because usually Nick isn't a big fan of super speedways, but it's nice to see the turnout.
Oh boy!
And he just turned to 7-11.
Right as you were talking about it.
The commentator curse. No
Looks like
caution
he's
as Godfrey
green.
goes around. Spin
Aggressive
out
goes
below
around.
the yellow line, so deemed off the racing surface. Looks
Yeah,
like
but
Dave
Nick,
Robbins
if that's called on Nick, I mean, if he had let up suddenly and there was no way around it, then I could see a racing deal. But if that's going to be called on Nick, he's going to have to do a drive-through.
Yep, you would certainly assume that it's the same type of rules like we see on a Thursday night, where an incident that doesn't bring out a caution, you have to do a pass-through penalty in order to be able to serve that.
Bob Seminara led that lap.
Seminara,
Bob
another
actually
driver with a tribute scheme here. He's got the 711 on the roof, but the David Cannon 3 on the sides.
I didn't know.
of
I
his
thought
machine.
last I remember, I thought Bob didn't make it. He must have
No,
squeezed
he made it.
He barely made
his
it
way
in.
in.
That's the first time I've ever seen a car with two numbers.
Wait a
on it.
minute.
I was
Wait a
gonna
minute.
say I might get very confused seeing that car from the wrong angle.
And it's not even 7-Eleven, guys. It's 7-12. It's not sponsored by 7-Eleven.
Well, you can't drive a 7-Eleven car and have 7-Eleven on the front, but your number is 712.
Well, Kyle Petty drove for the Wood Brothers back in the late 80s, sponsored by 7-Eleven. They actually changed the number from 21 to 7. And then where they had the 7 right in the middle of the door, they had the words 11 right next to it. So
Well, there
very
you go.
nice.
Do something like that. That's
Very nice
competitive.
play on.
NASCAR's first ever triple-digit number. That's another car I saw make it, and yes, I might be a little. I might be a
bit of a
little.
bump there.
Caution!
Caution's out.
Oh, that's probably why. Yep, caution. That's going to save Godfrey as there's a
Oh.
big wreck in the back.
Yeah, Ken Roberts, Bobby Farrell. Who was that on the inside line there? That's Brian Wolf and
So now
Joseph Landy Pavlon.
So now I am curious on what they were going to call for that wreck with the 55, but I'm guessing if Nick would just EOL on this restart, he might be okay.
It's all null and void if there is a penalty. So
That's a big break for John Godfrey, too. Didn't hit anything when he got spun out there off of 2, and he'll be caught back up to the field. Same for Dave Robbins. So field came back to the caution under speed, but it is frozen field. It is not raced back until 15 to go. I didn't mention this back in the heat races, though it's kind of a moot point now. It was only raced back at 5 to go, but we ran green flag in both of those heat races, so didn't really even need to convey that information.
Now we can actually take a look back and see what happened during a wreck.
First one of the entire evening, and ooh. Had a couple of cars up and over. I believe it starts with the 92 of Bobby Farrell. That black Memorial Andy's Frozen Custard.
Contact from behind from the 68, I think.
Yep. Oh, and then he goes up and over, as does Ken Roberts. It's kind of interesting. If we go back to the Nick Gunther, John Godfrey incident, that was off turn 2 as well, where it looked like there was some checkup, like a little bit of a lift. Same deal here.
yeah, that. Not sure where that started right there. If it was the 111, I believe that's that red
Ron
car up
Hagelin
there.
in the 111, yeah.
Yeah, I
Doug
see what
Woolley
you're
right
talking
behind him.
Be a
See that-
partial chain reaction thing.
We see that quite a bit. One line will have a bit of a checkup, and sometimes no harm, no foul. Other times, somebody's just not able to, lift in time, and this is usually the end result.
Well, the big issue with Talladega, and even with Daytona as well, is when you're on that inside line, yes, it's the shorter way around the racetrack, but when you're coming up off the corner, the car gets really tight and wants to push up. So you have a couple of options to try and avoid that of driving up into somebody's driver's side door. One of the options is to try to feather the throttle a little bit, and that might be what some of these drivers that look like they're losing speed off the corner are doing to make sure that they don't push up into the driver that's to their outside in these double and three-wide situations. Unfortunately, the communication 2, 3, 4 cars back that driver is lifting just a little bit, it can't be relayed quickly enough before there's contact.
And of course, when all those cars in front of you are checking up like that too, it can be pretty difficult to react all of a sudden out of nowhere. You see these cars slowing down, so some drivers are able to react better than others, I guess.
And we do have confirmation on the throwback scheme on the 55. That is indeed the 2001 Looney Tunes car that Bobby
Darn it.
Hamilton had.
I was hoping you were going to say I was right.
You're a hero off.
This is why I always go to the experts when it comes to the throwback schemes, because I don't know. So Andrew Miller electing to stay out here under this caution. The lights are still on, so he may come to pit road here and yield the race lead to Sean Prime, but this would have been around the time that drivers in the heat races would have come to pit road, around the lap 11-12 mark. It's 2x here in this one, so we know that they're going to have to make at least 2 trips to pit road, but a little bit lengthier of a window before they'd have to hit pit lane somewhere in that 17 to 19 lap range. Couple of drivers already out of the race here tonight. One due to the crash we just saw. The other one, I'm not certain of the reason. Jim Glaude currently scored in the 40th position, but he retired out of the race about 9 laps prior. And then Joseph Landy Pavlon, who was in the middle of that wreck off of turn 2 onto the back straightaway, has also retired from the event. To me, I thought maybe the 72 might have been a mechanical problem, but it's only showing retired, so I'm not 100% certain of the reason for the early retirement of Jim.
Hopefully he did not hit the wrong button again.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm going to miss seeing that metal yellow car out there, but...
See the lights go out on the David Cannon Tribute Pace Car, a collaborative effort of Rodney Sullins and John Godfrey. We've seen that car pacing the field on Thursday nights and leading the field around here under this first caution period. Sean Prime's going to elect to take the inside line here as the control car. DeSpirito to his outside, then Bob Seminary, Greg Palmer, Greg Lovell, going to be the top 5. Followed by Kelly Causey, Bernie Mobbs, Brian Lovell, Josh Metallic, and Randy Waugh.
Luigi.
Michael's slacking, Kyle. You had to step in for him.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm dealing with something right now, but I'm excited. Seth, do we know any word yet on a penalty possibly for the 55, or what is this on back on ×2 or ×3 still?
This is on ×2, and it looks like the 055 came to pit road, sped, and took the EOL that way. So the caution actually saved him from having to serve a penalty under green. Now we do have to remember this as well, that this is a special event. There's no points on the line, so I assume that the EOL penalties and everything, like we see on Thursday nights, are the same, but I don't think there's going to end up being a post-race review going back and making sure that everything was squared away.
Yeah, I think if we do have any post-race review, it'll probably just be because of a photo finish or something like that, but that's something we can look at ourselves. So
that's true.
So getting ready to go back green. Lap 14 will be completed. Lap 15 on the board. Everybody in that second, third lane trying to anticipate when the green was going to fly to give the...
And then everybody jumps. A lot of people jump from the outside to the inside.
Yeah, they were trying to get their respective lines to shove forward.
And I got to ask you, we all know what winning this race would mean to a lot of people, but if you had to ask, who do you think it would mean to the most?
Oh, I can't answer that question.
I don't think you can
It's
give a
definitely
definitive answer to that
it's
one.
definitely a loaded question.
I don't think there is just one answer to that. I mean, see some people in this race who we normally don't, see on a regular basis coming out here for this special event. So, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you got the series regulars in there, but yeah, I mean, I think everybody wants to win this race for that very reason.
Yeah, and I mean, I was listening along to all the interviews that Seth was giving between the qualifying races and this one, and obviously not everybody who was interviewed was involved in this race, but at the same time, it's like it really just goes to show how much David meant to a lot of the people in this community, and I think everybody really wants to do their best for him, if not win, at least put on a good show. So I don't think you can really say that it would mean more to someone than anybody else.
You want to know what it would mean? Just wait till these final laps. I think that's going to probably tell the story in living color. As I was looking towards the back of the pack there, we saw Ken Roberts went up and over in our only caution so far, and it looks like Dave Robbins is trying to keep him in the lead pack, but it looks like that 55 machine is going to be off the pace, lose touch with the lead pack. And he's going to be hoping for maybe some friends to hang out with him back there if we end up seeing some future yellows, which...
Milt Surratt got out of shape.
It was almost
right
not
there,
a future yellow. It was almost a present yellow.
Well, Milt Surratt got out of shape because the 21 jumped up, I think, right at the wrong time, and he had to back out, and Dante was right on his back bumper when that happened. So that was definitely very close. They had a third lane going.
Milt, our resident predictor, usually on Thursday nights in our chat.
What do you call it, Seth?
Who you got, Surratt?
There you go.
Well, he's got Dante Ricky right behind him.
Nice segue, Kyle. I like that.
He's got himself. Yeah, but very outside. Oh, now you went a little too high.
Nearly like a 4 wide.
Boy, that makes me nervous whenever I see a driver go that half lane higher, because that allows the driver behind to close up quickly to that left rear.
I think he had the same fear too, because if he was a little bit too quick on the inside, they would have gone 4 wide into the turn. That could have been a disaster. And they've got room to make it work, but it's still really sketchy.
Still gridlocked up here at the front. Despirito with help from Seminara on the bottom. Prime in the middle with help from Greg Palmer. And keep an eye on that Tide ride. They're starting to gain some momentum in that third lane.
Got Joe Despirito leading that inside line. He's got Bob Seminara right behind him. Those two usually like to draft together Thursday nights on the Talladega Challenge, so not a big surprise to see those two paired up once again here.
3 wide.
Actually, you got all 3 members of the Florida gang down there with Bernie Mobs. They're broken up by the 880 of Greg Lovell. Looks like Ken Roberts, last lap around, came down pit road, is retired from the race, as we mentioned, damaged off the pace after the barrel roll on the back straightaway. He will get credit for 38th. Bobby Farrell, who was the other driver that caught air in that wreck, is damaged and off the pace, and he's actually about currently half a lap down to the leaders, so I'd say somewhere in the next 5 to 6 laps, probably they would be encountering his wounded machine. Saw Sean Prime and Greg Palmer dive down there to the inside. Now, we're not close to green flag pit stops yet, but a big reason why I think they did that, they saw the third line coming, and we've seen this on Thursday night, guys. When that third line pulls up alongside of the middle lane, they draw each other back, and the momentum then shifts to the bottom. I think Prime and Palmer realized that and thought, if we're going to keep this track position, we got to get down to that yellow line.
And you see that inside line prevailing right now because of that. It's like the top, I don't know, 10 or so cars, single file.
And then this.
You got 3 wide everywhere.
3 by 3.
Oh, we got a battle in front now.
Going for the lead.
And he's got a lot of help up there. Seminara, Mobs, Metallic, McClure, Schilling, and here comes the rest of that group that were 3 wide and had lost touch with that lead pack.
I was going to say, yeah, the top 9 broke away a little bit. Now here they come back.
Well, it took was going 2 by 2 for the lead. That battle for the lead allowed the rest of the cars to reel them in.
Both of our qualifier winners, I should say, up in the top 10 right now. Despirito on the outside line leading. Denny Carroll, 4th car on that inside line. The silver bullet.
Oh boy, Prime and Despirito got awfully close right there. They touched a little bit. Did a nice job of hanging on to it.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was maybe a little bit of contact, but both drivers did a nice job holding on to it and keeping
And
things.
this is at the very
clean.
front of the field.
Yeah, if that would have resulted in a crash, it could have had a lot more days ruined right there.
Oh, this is going to be
Oh,
tight
boy.
off of 4.
That lap car, that 92 car, boy, I thought doing what he could to get out of the way there, but man, there's not a lot of space up there.
Too many times I've seen 3 wide coming off of 4 with a lap car, and it's not ended well. Nice job by everybody to get through that unscathed.
See how that affects all this racing after that minor heart attack.
About halfway through the fuel run right now. These drivers do not look like they are in any way thinking about pit road at this point in time, as we're still 3 wide, several rows deep. Coach Kelly Causey, high, wide, and handsome, with Mark Paglia and Milt Surratt in that 3rd lane, trying to draw up alongside of Bernie Mobbs and Greg Lovell. That'd make the 3 wide for the 5th position. Heard a number of drivers talk about wanting to win this race, but another thing that was at the top of their list was putting on a good show. Well, we can check that box off with what we're seeing right now midway through this race.
This is Talladega as we know and love.
You mentioned pit stops coming up. There are about 10 projected laps for most of these drivers, I was just told. Kelly Causey making a lot of progress on that outside line right now. Got Mark Paglia right behind him, Milt Surratt, Robert Spring.
And surprisingly, that middle line has not really fallen back. This is kind of a little unusual. We're actually seeing all 3 lanes, the energy fairly equal. We're going to be 3 wide for the lead crossing the line here. Question is, who's going to have the momentum going into 1?
It's like Sean Prime a little bit, for the time being.
I think the inside, is going to get more of that momentum. I saw a little bit of a gap in the outside, so that'll probably stall them out for just a little bit. But not enough to take them out of the equation here.
Incredible
Prime
visual
3rd of the
right
lead.
there. That is 1, 2, 3. That's 9 rows deep of 3 wide.
Oh, that's
wow!
A hornet. That is a hornet's nest, as some commentators would say.
It must be a nightmare if we get to the point where green flag pit stops have to start, and you're basically like in the middle of all this 3 wide action, and you're on the top of the bottom, or you're on the top of the middle.
A storm is brewing.
I didn't know Jade Cargill was coming here, but
bit of a breakaway now.
It's like the top 5, maybe 6 cars. First battle we have is Randy Waugh,
Luigi,
and Joe DeSpirito.
A couple of cars there on that inside line that started out back have now made their way forward towards the top 10. Garland Oaks in that 67. This is Sandoval in the 096. They were 36th and 38th when the green flag dropped here tonight.
Settling down now. They were all 3 wide. Now they're back to just being 2 wide.
Jessica Loralee now leading that middle groove with Bob Seminara. Joe DeSpirito got wrecked in the back. Perry Bond, Doug Hewlick looked like a couple of those drivers involved. Pat McCarsky as well. And a late hit from Dave Robins into the Red Bull Chevrolet.
We've seen that Red Bull Chevrolet have a worse wreck earlier tonight, so I think he'll take what just happened there. I'm not sure what the damage is.
I don't think Red Bull gave him wings this time, at least.
No.
Sean Prime going to lead us back. Oh, gosh, look how many laps are left.
Oh, boy,
they
we're going
just
to be right there on it.
crossed the line with 20 to go.
Man.
We might have hit the window where they can pit and make it the rest of the way.
I think so. We're either right at that window or it's really close.
Let's take a look at what happened on the back straightaway. This was further towards the rear of the field. Perry Bond in the 60.
Looks like the 60 lifted maybe for something.
The speed definitely seemed to decrease a little unusually there. Mike Mangialardi maybe got a piece of that there. There's the overcorrect up into the path of Dave Robins.
They crossed the line 6 projected laps for fuel, by the way.
So they
So
would
yeah,
have
they're
been,
gonna be.
They would have had to start considering it pretty soon. Here's another look at it. I'm just kind of looking at the telemetry of the 60, and he was about 186 when he came off of 2. By time contact was made, he was at 181, 180, something like that. Oh, that's a big hit for Dave Robins. Not only into Perry Bond, but then straight into the outside wall, too.
That's a tough one.
Hey, guys, just your resident Internet Explorer over here.
He's yelling wreck while we're looking at a replay of the wreck.
Thinking, what information are you getting that we're not here?
Yeah, right?
See what happened here with Doug Hewlett.
That's the one thing about they get clipped. That's the one bad thing about the That's the one bad thing about about not having an actual weird thing that says replays, because I think it's live.
Yeah, but it looked like the 60 was a little in and out of the throttle right there, and I just.
I mean, you never know what can happen in here. It could have been just getting tight and he had to let out, but even letting out of the throttle, it's not going to do you any good because your car is still just going to go straight. But I mean, it doesn't look like too much damage for some of the cars involved either.
Yeah, I'd be a little concerned about that front end damage on the 96 of Dave Robins. As a matter of fact, they've actually just put his car back behind the wall, so he's going to finish 37th. Bobby Farrell, who lost a lap there, he's going to get the free pass, so we'll have all 36 remaining drivers on the lead lap.
And like
we should have one more stop, right?
I think we're good to go. I think we're good to make it now.
And like under our first caution, we saw Andrew Miller stay out doing the same thing under this one.
Pit last, give yourself the most amount of fuel, but the worst track position.
Do you think we should tell him that there's no bonus point for leading a lap? Oh, he's a broadcaster.
No,
he
but
knows.
no, but he gets. No, but I'm sure he'll take all the the camera time here.
Oh yeah. The Has-Been Hotel Loctite Chevrolet.
I know, with a nice paint scheme, we'll gladly take some camera time.
Got Mike Mangialardi there as well. Perry Bone. Looks like they're going to come down pit road here.
What did you call him?
Second time by. Perry Bone.
I thought it was Bon.
Honestly, I've heard it said both ways, so I'm accommodating both. I'm not sure what the actual correct pronunciation is.
I was going to say, you just threw me off there. I was like a whole nother person. I'm like, who the heck is that?
This is alter ego.
That's right.
You ever heard of Batman? Well, guess what? I'm Bateman.
Not Patrick Bateman.
He's a good guy to take fishing with you, if that's the case.
He's also a good guy to fool people on the internet with.
So we'll
Seth, did you get your Andy Fox Late Model Series fries yet?
I did not. See if the lights go out this time. I'd be surprised if they don't. And it
They
should
didn't.
have
They didn't at the line. So
yeah, I think it happens over here in turn 1.
What are we, Maverick?
And I'd be surprised if they're not running the EXE that they do.
No, usually
No, they are.
No,
They are running
usually,
the EXE.
usually the lights will go off at the line. I don't think
Last
I ever
time they
remember.
went off in turn 1.
Well, guess what? We're in turn 2. Are they off? No.
Nope, they're not off this time. So this, I think, if they were close before, this added lap to be able to save, I think we're going to be good to make it the rest of the way, because we're looking at going back green south of 19 to go, which is about the median amount of laps. Even for a driver that leads the entirety of a run, they can go.
Can you imagine
about 18
making
laps.
sure you have enough to make it to the line just with 19 to go?
Well, think about this. What was it? Last season? Sean Prime was 7th coming off of turn 4. Everybody ahead of him ran out of fuel, and he came back to the line to win. So
easily the craziest finish I've seen since joining FRN here. That was.
So if you don't think he's hardcore fuel saving right now, I think you'd be mistaken.
Of course, that was at Burnt Screwdriver Speedway, or Raceway, whatever it's called.
Speaking of, tomorrow night, we're going to be covering the All-Star Racing Super Speedway Series. They're going to be running their Aero 88 cars at Burnt Screwdrivers Raceway, so be sure to join us for that one. Brian Wolf, who's in the field here tonight in that 295, organizer of that series. So we should get the 1 to green this time by. Again, while I got the opportunity, I want to thank everybody that's tuned into our coverage here tonight. Whether you're just tuning in or whether you've been with us since we started off late this afternoon at 5 o'clock. Appreciate you all tuning in as we run this special event here in memoriam of David Bones Cannon. Sean Prime has led 13 laps so far here tonight in this main event after starting on the pole position. Joe DeSpirito has led 6, Greg Lovell 4, Greg Palmer has led 3, Andrew Miller and Bob Seminara have led 2 each, and that's your lap leaders so far, as we're going to be getting ready to get the green flag here with 16 laps to go.
They look a little bit eager to start this one. They're kind of making their way almost past the pace car. And maybe not. That camera angle might have played tricks on me.
Saw Bobby Farrell get the free pass, so 36 drivers that are still running will all be on the lead lap. Sean Prime and Greg Palmer, they'll be the front row. Greg Lovell and Randy Waugh
Luigi
will be row 2. Ulysses Sandoval has carved his way through the field from the back up now to the 5th position. He and Denny Carroll in row 3. Carroll winning the first qualifying race. Brian Lovell and our second qualifying race winner, Joe DeSpirito, in 8th. And then Jessica Lorley, Bob Seminara going to be your top 10 for this upcoming restart. You look back there, there's some names we haven't really talked about yet that you kind of wonder, are they lying in wait? Have they been hoping for this opportunity where now they don't have to worry about fuel? You got Jeremy Jeffries back there, Ron Hagelin's back there, Chuck McClure, Brian Schilling, Dante Ricky. I don't think we've heard the last of these guys yet. We may have some new faces up at the front before all is said and done.
Still a decent chunk of time left in this race. Anything's possible at Talladega.
Haven't talked about Ulysses Sandoval. We see him up there in the top 5. So another one of those drivers that just trying to get up there at the right time.
Jessica up here as well.
Green flag back in the air. Don't have to worry about what happens on pit road anymore. All you got to worry about now is everything that occurs above that yellow line.
Sean Prime gets the lead, immediately goes to the outside, but doesn't have much help right now. Palmer trying to get to his back bumper.
I think he was hoping that Palmer would get to his back bumper a little bit faster, and now he's there, but...
Did you see the shove? Did you see the back end of the
I
car?
did,
The spoiler popped up in the air?
That was how aggressive he was trying to go to try to give him that push and try to hopefully get the outside to pick up some steam here.
See a third line foreman, drivers mid-pack not wanting to wait. Paglia, McClure, Schilling, Gunther were up there. Now you can add in DeSpirito and Seminara to their ranks.
They're going to go all the way up to the top.
Prime and Palmer realizing that surge was going to be in that third lane, go up to block it. Prime doing a lot of mirror driving here as DeSpirito looks low on Palmer. Ooh. He's there and they make contact. That could have been bad.
There's a caution from here on out. They are racing back to the line, and I thought we were about ready to have a caution right there. And oh boy, Milt Surratt. Not the first time we've seen him get out of shape on the outside there.
Nearly made contact with Bernie Mobbs and that 31 through the tri-oval. Jeremy Jeffries on the bottom trying to make his way by them both. We've had 2 cautions so far here tonight, but we've had some near misses as well as Prime again goes up there with Palmer, and that kind of almost checked up that whole outside line. Paglia and Chuck McClure both had their hands full. Second and third cars in that third lane.
Yeah, some cars were kind of shifting around up and down. I was a little bit concerned as to whether or not they would end up moving down into the other 2 lanes, but everybody keeping it straight still.
Whoa!
Ooh!
I think that was Laura Lee that was a little sideways there.
She might have gotten a little bit of a bump there from the 67. Not quite sure, but
Garland looked a little out of shape as well through the tri-oval. Seminara's going to bail on the middle line. He's going to find a spot in front of Jeremy Jeffries, and Despirito now stuck in the sucker hole.
that inside line is clear.
Remember when there were about 10 cars in that middle line? There were only 2 when they entered into turn 3 that time, and now we've kind of evaporated the third line, incorporated in drivers from both the outside and middle line into one line in the middle through the tri-oval.
But again, I want to try and keep it as probably a little bit calmer for this time being. Obviously, it'll probably ramp up towards the end of the race, but for now, you just want to at least make it to the end.
You're on that inside line. Do you try to get in front of Sean Prime on the outside?
I think maybe if you see them making forward progress, you do. They are now getting themselves pretty well organized with Prime, Palmer, Paglia, and McClure. But only for the moment able to get alongside of Garland. Oaks is Prime for the
Cheska
position.
gets in front of him.
Yep, gonna move up there and try and lead that group. Tries to get to the right rear quarter panel of Brian Lovell.
Oh, she's gonna try. She might end up getting blocked here. As one of those cars on the inside, we're thinking about moving up to the outside, but
Doesn't really look like either line are tightly formed right now. They're close, but they're not really being able to lock the bumpers and push.
someone else was trying to move up to block that outside and couldn't quite
That was the
make it work.
67, it looked like.
There's one person I know will jump up to that outside lane. It'll definitely be the 96.
Yep.
Once they get a good enough run.
Coming around here to 10 laps to go. All these drivers had to participate in 2 simultaneous qualifying heats to be able to make it into this main event. 10 more circuits going to decide who is going to be the inaugural winner of the Bones 00300. They are starting to make some progress in that outside line. Here comes Sandoval up to the top.
There he is.
Sees that momentum coming, going to take a big shove there from Laura Lee, and it's going to propel him maybe clear for the lead by the time they get into 3.
Yep, clear.
Now all that momentum on the inside is gone.
It seems like everybody jumped up to the outside lane.
Got a slower car not too far up in front of him here.
Bobby Farrell in the 92, if I'm not mistaken. Got the lucky dog under the last caution to get back in the lead lap, but damaged it off the pace. And consider this, guys, as we get closer and closer to the end of this race, there is a possibility the race could end under caution, and we could end up racing back to a proverbial checkered flag. Right now, in this lead group, you've got 35 drivers separated by 2 seconds. Anybody still has a shot, depending on what happens in the closing stages of this race.
Oh, the 39 was way on the apron there.
Josh Metallic.
I think he took a good dive underneath the 67.
The 2 cars I'm keeping my eye on right now are the 15 and the 22. It feels like those 2 have been working together really the entire race. I feel like if either of them move to the way bottom of the track and try to get that bottom line going again, it'll be together. Really, contact there.
Oof.
Mark Paglia on the outside there. No help.
Checked up McClure, Schilling, and
Oh, there goes
Gunther.
Prime
Yeah,
Palmer.
There they go.
Just like you said, straight to the very inside.
Oh, we're 4 wide mid-pack as well there with Paglia. Hopefully they get that sorted out down the back straightaway.
Sandoval and Laura Lee, not a whole lot of help on that outside. Dante Ricky now jumps to the outside right behind them.
be 7 laps to go this next time by. Take a look who's making his way up there on the inside. John Godfrey in the 7-Eleven. We saw him spun around on the back straightaway in the early stages of this one. He's been able to make his way back up into the top 15, knocking on the door of the top 10.
We've seen that so many times, a driver involved in an early caution coming back to contend for the win. Chuck McClure did just that this Thursday night. Involved in an early caution, came back and won it.
We see a lot of movement there out of those drivers in that middle line, trying to get those bumpers lined up to be able to not necessarily give a bump, but kind of just keep a tight draft from back bumper to front bumper, get that straight line speed headed into turn 3. Sandoval side by side right now with Brian Lovell for the 4th position, and Chuck McClure wants to go to the 3rd line.
They very well could do that if they can make that work.
It's going to hurt that middle line if they're able to get something going.
It's going to help the inside line for sure here. See Brian Lovell now clear for 4th. Metallic trying to clear for 5th place. 3 wide further back there with Robert Breedlove in the middle. This driver's realizing time is ticking. The laps are fading away. And moves need to be made now.
I mean, I'm watching Ulysses, and I'm trying to see if he's maybe thinking about jumping up to the top and trying to steal that momentum, but
now.
he doesn't have enough speed.
He wants to. He's just
surprised he didn't.
He's getting a nice push there from Lauralee, but they need more help in that middle line if they want to get anywhere.
I mean, the longer this
that help
goes,
is what, 3 car lengths back right now.
Yeah. The longer this goes, the more this is just hurting, or it's helping the inside rather, and it's letting all those drivers kind of break away. And eventually those drivers might start trying to go 3 wide to try to battle for the race win.
Still 3 wide, about 5 rows deep right there in the middle of the pack, while the top 12, I believe, are single file.
Saw Nick Gunther was running on the outside. Now he gets behind Jessica there in that middle line.
Bit of a breakaway, though. That might hurt them just a little bit.
Especially if this group here can kind of find themselves organized up single file, but still, for the moment, they're all just kind of locked together in 3 wide formation.
Sandoval and Lauralee get to the inside.
Jeremy Jeffries moves down to the middle with Gunther. McClure has to wait for Schilling to draft up to him. These are drivers that were battling up in the latter portion of the top 10. They now find themselves back around 15th through 19th place.
Sandoval's trying to get something going there. He has not been, hadn't been very patient. Can't say I blame him this part of the in this part of the race. He's right there behind Dante Ricky. The first 2 on the outside.
You can't go nowhere if you don't got no momentum. Whoa! Ooh.
He and Lauralee were kind of working together for a little while, and it seems like they've kind of broken up now.
Zachary Hall up there in the 20 car, that silverish. I believe, that's not a Mustang, that's a Fusion, isn't it? That's a Ford Fusion, I think.
Ooh, contact.
Whoa, Dante!
Oh,
big save!
My!
Oh, they got it.
How are we still going green? Wow.
I know Jess is not happy about that because he cut down right on top of her, and she was not going to cut him any slack. I'm honestly surprised that she did.
Big save there by Zachary Hall and Joe DeSpirito as well. That could have very nearly been the race-ending yellow as Toyota's up to the top again. Here comes Sandoval and Ricky along with Lauralee and Garland Oaks. But now, who makes the moves up here at the front is the question too. Looks like Metallic's going to try. Nope, Tuck's back in line.
Some mind games being played to the front. Drivers are kind of jumping out of line, testing the waters, seeing
These
if
guys are
anybody
gonna
else
have
is
to
going
start going here. Got to
two to
start
go.
making a move. You can't just ride in a straight line and expect to be able to pass.
Here go the levels to the top. Greg and Brian, do they get any help?
No.
The 22 and the 15, I think, are going to stay locked together until the white flag comes out. And then by that point, all bets are off.
Here comes some help, though. Denny Carroll, Ulysses Sandoval. If they can get up here, it might actually help Greg and Brian.
Anytime somebody's making a move, Ulysses is right there trying to go with him. You got to admire his, he's trying to get up there.
Oh!
Oh, and he
Speaking of
almost got
which,
turned.
he got
and he almost
moved.
got turned for it.
He got
He was
up there,
up
but not
there.
where he wanted to be.
That
And
was
he's
it
gonna
for
hit the
him,
wall.
and that's
White
it for
flag.
him.
1 lap to go here from Talladega.
I think Ulysses is calling it quits. That was the last little bit there. He's no choice now.
Got to give him credit for the effort, though. That was.
Yeah,
Here we go. Here,
we can't
Sean
say he didn't
Prime
try.
has been the dominant car here. But he's going to have his hands full here coming to the line.
Oh,
20 laps led for Sean Prime. Can he lead 21 and pick up this victory? Palmer, as Jack alluded to, has kind of been his wingman the whole race. They're both clear. Got him locked up side by side for third with Metallic and Lovell. Palmer took a peek there off of 4.
That was it. It's too late now. He's just going to push him.
Not enough momentum there, and Sean Prime, pole to win, is going to pick up the victory in the inaugural Bones 00300.
Then got spun by Metallic.
At this point, it's over. Congratulations to Sean Prime. Kind of. We were talking a little bit earlier too about how much it would mean to a lot of drivers to be able to win this race. I feel like it definitely means a lot to Sean Prime. He was the man who put in all the effort to try to put this whole thing together. He did a great job of doing it, and kind of fitting that he comes out on top of this one.
Well, it's incredible, too, because I talked with him yesterday. He wasn't even sure if he was going to race tonight. He was having back trouble and wasn't sure if he was going to feel up to sitting in the race sim, but there you go. He made the start tonight, started from the pole position, 26 of the 47 laps led, and got the most important one led here tonight as well.
They're going to get. They're all gathering around the logo and the tri-oval here. That's
Yeah, I think we're going to get another one of these.
Going to be. Going to be very similar to that race that you brought up earlier, Seth, when we first heard of David Cannon's passing. What an amazing shot that was then, and we're going to get another one here.
There you go, right around that memorial logo that John Godfrey put right around the exit of the tri-oval coming to the start-finish line. Features
This is
some
beautiful.
other prominent names as well that we've seen unfortunately pass in the last couple of years, including Robbie Nisus and Wiley Coates. And right there, Sean Prime going to park right on that Rodney Sullivan's designed David Cannon tribute decal.
There's a better look at it right there from the helicopter. Everybody gathering around.
It's the moments of unity like this. I mean, I Seth and I we did a Saturday broadcast on FRN not too long ago after we heard of David's passing, and we were talking about how it's crazy to think about how massive this community is and how it's crazy to think about that this game right here, NR 2003, it brings together so many people, so many real people that never would have connected otherwise, and this is a really touching tribute here.
Absolutely amazing.
No burnouts for Sean Prime here, but you can hear the engines all revving in unison here.
I'm getting a little choked up watching this, and
Right?
I unfortunately never had the pleasure of meeting David Cannon.
I didn't know David on the level that a lot of these other guys did, but even if you don't know the person, when you see something like this, it's hard not to well up.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, I didn't know him either, especially not on the level that these people did. But, you know, the way you hear everything that they've been saying and like these interviews and everything, it goes to show the amount of an impact that he's made in all these people's lives. And that's a really beautiful thing to see everybody coming together over it.
We're going to be talking with Sean Prime here in Victory Lane in just a few moments, as well as the rest of our podium finishers. Greg Palmer going to bring it home in second, and Josh Metallic will finish in third. We had a total of 35 drivers finish this race, 34 of them on the lead lap. 5 drivers did not reach the conclusion. And in the span of the 2 qualifying races and our main event here, if we took all of those, combined them together, we're talking about 106 total laps. We only ran a total of 7 of those laps under caution with 2 yellow flags here tonight overall.
Very good race overall.
I agree.
We'll take a look here at the full finishing results from this one here tonight. What an incredible evening of racing. Sean Prime, 26 circuits out in front. Palmer and Metallic, the rest of the top 3. Greg and Brian Lovell, they're going to complete the top 5, with Bob Seminara in 6th, Denny Carroll 7th, Jessica Lorley 8th, John Godfrey in 9th, and Dante Ricky is going to complete the top 10. Our 2 qualifying heat winners will finish inside of the top 11, Denny in 7th and Despirito in 11th. Doug Woolley, Chuck McClure, Bernie Mubbs, and Brian Schilling the top 15, with Zachary Hall, Ron Hagelin, Mike Mangialardi, Andrew Miller, and Garland Oakes, your top 20. You take a look all the way down there to, I believe, Bob Dixon. Those all 29 drivers finished in the lead pack coming to the checkered flag. Jeremy Jeffries lost touch with the pack a little bit there at the end. Doug Hulick, Brian Wolf, Mark Paglia, Perry Bone, they ended up having some damage in a couple of the incidents here tonight. We saw Sandoval have that last-ditch effort, went up into the wall. He did not reach the start-finish line to take the checkered flag. Bobby Farrell soldiered on 2 laps down. And Dave Robins, Ken Roberts, Joseph Landy Pavlon, Jim Gloud also did not reach the checkered flag.
That's interesting
here
that
tonight.
Looking at Ulysses Sandoval said, credit him with an accident. He just barely got up into the wall and retired, but the game classified that as an accident.
Yeah. I don't know how the game gets its reasoning sometimes. Well, that's
Unless there was more to it that we didn't see, but
I think he just went up into the wall and kind of got stuck there. But that's going to take us into our FRN post-race wind-down. And it's time to dial up our podium finishers here this evening. Let's kick things off with seeing if we can talk with the Arrow McLaren throwback number 39 Chevrolet of Josh Metallic.
User was moved to your channel.
Hey Josh, as the guys up here in the FRN booth, you got a copy?
I do.
What a crazy race here tonight, but we fully expected we were going to see the craziness when we knew you guys were good to make it on fuel. The timing of that last caution, a lot of decision making had to go on there with the amount of laps you had. I believe you were one of the drivers around that mid-pack area. Looked like you wanted that track position right from the get-go, but a lot of having to figure out where the momentum was going to be, whether it was in front or behind you.
Yeah, it was. I think I came out 13th on the last restart, and I decided to stay low. I figured 3 wide would get going. It's a non-points type of thing, so guys are going to race it up. I knew low line would do well, and with counting the laps down, I think it was a 5th or 6th. I think it was 5th, and I had Bob Sonera behind me, and I kept peeking my nose and seeing if he was, if anyone behind me would go, and no one made a move. And then I see Bob go up, I go up, he goes down, I go down, and then I think for after that on the backstretch, the Lovell brothers went up there, and I figured it would be an easy way to pick off a couple spots because the middle lane wasn't really going just yet. And if I could get clear of them, I would have gone and challenged Prime. I'm glad he won. I'm glad that paint job won. I'm glad the guy that did all the work won. But in the spirit of Bones, he didn't want anyone just laying down. So I was going to make him earn it. But didn't get the chance. Worked with Greg Palmer a lot of the night, Seminary a lot of the night. So, yeah, it was fun. It was a heck of a race. Some near misses I couldn't believe were not yellows, and very competitive, hard racing, and clean racing.
You talk about those near misses, some great saves we saw during the course of this one. We saw both of the qualifying races go green from start to finish. Only 2 cautions here in this main event gave you guys the opportunity for a lot of green flag racing. Talk to me about that, because I know that a lot of drivers that I was talking to, one of their priorities was, of course, they wanted to win, but another thing was they wanted to put on a good show. You must have had a lot of fun out there with being able to have those lengthy green flag runs.
It was a blast. The first race, near miss, dodged a wreck coming in, and after that, you were just kind of in cruise control, just making sure you stayed in the top 20. So it was uneventful for me. And then the second race, never really got to the front per se, but was always near middle, maybe top 10, and it was some hard racing. I mean, there was some serious shoving going on. I mean, it was not relaxing out there. It was fun, but I was white knuckling it and getting knocked around, and we were just pushing. And I don't know how many wrecks I saw that just didn't happen. I could see them in my mirror. There's one in front of me. So yeah, I think I hope Bones family enjoyed it. It was definitely fun out there, and the drivers really put on a good show and clean and competitive, just the way Bones liked it.
Well, it certainly was that. Josh, congratulations on bringing the thing home in the 3rd position here tonight. Crazy qualifying races to set up for this main event, and it certainly did deliver. Before we let you go, floor is yours for thank you, sponsors, shout-outs, and anything else you'd like to say.
Well, yeah, hopefully, like I said, Leanne and all the Bones' children are watching. Hopefully they enjoyed it, and hopefully there was some good stuff tonight. I'm anxious to go back and watch it myself. Some of the pictures were great. I love the drinking a beer and driving. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I saw that. I'm like, what's he doing? So yeah, really miss him. But I think he would have really enjoyed. I'm sure he did enjoy this, I should say. So thanks to Sean Prime. This was, he was the guy that did all, most of the work on this, getting it going. And you guys, I can't wait to watch. I've never seen a simulcast before in our 2003, so that'll be a first. Good job on knocking that out. And all the admins, like I said, it's a group effort. Filling some pretty big shoes, and the drivers, like I said, we got guys that showed up that haven't raced here in years, guys showed up that have never run, and everyone fit in just fine. It's like we'd all been racing 20 years together, and the race improved it. It was great. So thanks again. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, hope everyone enjoyed it.
Incredible race for sure. Josh, congratulations on the solid run here tonight, bringing home P3 in the inaugural Bones 00300. Job well done.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Let's see if we can now get a hold of the driver that
User
brings
was
it
moved
home
out of your
second
channel.
place here tonight. At number 22, Hooters Dark Horse Mustang. Let's dial up Greg Palmer.
User was moved to
Hey,
your
Greg,
channel.
it's the guys up here in the FRM booth. Got a copy?
What's up, gentlemen?
Well, man, I'll tell you what, Jack made an observation. It seemed like almost the entirety of this race, you were full commit to the back bumper of that 15, so much so at one point, you nearly got turned in the left rear quarter panel. White knuckle racing here tonight, multiple grooves, multiple surges of energy, a lot of decision making had to be done in this one, and a lot of good green flag racing.
I tell you, man, it was fun. It was really fun. I mean, we had Bones in our mind, and it's just all for him and his family. But we really had a ball out there. It was fun, and am I correct? No yellows, right?
2 cautions, that's it. And that's for the entire
Oh,
night.
that's right. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes, that made up for the pit stops. Yeah, because thank God for those cautions, because Prime had the first slot, and he would have been super slow coming out of his pit stall, and he wouldn't be where he is.
Yeah, let's talk about the timing of those cautions too, specifically that last one, because when we saw the number of laps left, it's like, Ooh, they're all good to make it on fuel, so the gloves are going to be off at this point.
Oh yes. It and I'm sure it seemed to you guys up there in the booth that me and Sean were on Whisper. We were not. We just thought the same strategy, low, high, boom, and it worked out. I wasn't leaving him anyway. Even if it came down to me and him, you know, I would not. I was not going to pass him, man. I was not going to pass him. This is his night for Bones. Close guys, close friends. He's done a lot for this league, um, and the rest of the admins too. I mean, I couldn't be happier to push him to a win. I could not be happier.
Well, it was certainly a terrific show from our standpoint, and I'm certain that everyone that was watching as well would more than likely agree. Incredible showmanship of super speedway racing here tonight, from start to finish, even going back to those qualifying heats and into this main event. Greg, congratulations on a great run here tonight, bringing it home in the second position in this inaugural Bones 00300. Before we let you go, the floor is yours for thank you, sponsor, shoutouts, and anything else you'd like to say.
Thank you, Sean, and you guys up in the booth, man. Let me tell you, this makes it all worthwhile. You guys up there calling both qualifying races and this race. I know you guys had your hands full too. You guys started at what, 5 o'clock this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness, man. I love you guys. You guys are great up there. This is for Bones. I miss you, man. I know you were watching, and I'm telling you, he was guiding me and Sean. The move I made, Sean moved. Just Sean, whatever Sean made, I made. So yeah, I wasn't leaving him, and Bones made sure of that. Thank you to the Canon family for watching and just everything. I know they enjoyed it, and we miss him as much as you do. We love him as much as you do. Yeah, my teammates, they were up there with me all night. Well, then they fell back. Godfrey, Paglia, Milt got caught and he got shuffled back. It's fine. This is all for a great cause and for a great person. And I'm just rambling right now, but thank you guys up there. Thank you to the admins too. I'm sorry, the admins. Oh, everybody, Josh, Vitalik, Sean, of course, Zupta, Schilling, everybody. I might be missing some names, but I'm very sorry. All right, guys. Thank you very much, and I'll see you guys the next telecast.
Absolutely. That's Greg Palmer, second place here tonight for him at Talladega Super Speedway. Congratulations on a great performance here tonight, Greg.
I appreciate you guys up there. Thank you so much.
Well, let's see if we can
User
now go
was moved out
down
of
to
your channel.
victory lane, dial up the driver that went coast to coast here tonight in the main event of the Bones 00300.
User was moved to your
Hey,
channel.
Sean, it's the guys up here in the FRN booth. You got a copy?
Oh boy, I do, guys. How are you?
Well, first things first, I was noticing during this most recent interview with Greg, saw Leanne come into TeamSpeak. You were talking with her. Can you give us any indication of how that interaction was? Because man, I'll tell you, it's got to be a pretty popular win here tonight. A lot of people were pulling for you.
I know, and I had so much darn help. And yeah, Leanne, that is Bones' wife, just popped in here, and I'm sure Amber and them are there. They haven't got the push to talk working on that side, but they were listening and they've been watching, obviously. So I just was talking to them briefly. I let them know I'm going to call them as soon as we're done here. And yeah, they want to express their thanks before I even say anything about the race. Their thanks to everybody for showing them, what David spent so much of his damn life dedicated to, taking care of this product put on here tonight. That's a David Canon production. These are the foundation that him and Terry, and they built, and we're working that model. And yep, there we go. So ask away, guys. I got a lot of thank yous when we're done. It's an interesting story.
I mean, let's talk about this. I mean, we've already documented the amount of time and effort you put into organizing this, but you and I talked yesterday, and you weren't feeling well physically. Weren't even sure if you were going to get behind the wheel here tonight. You do so. You qualify on the pole for your qualifying race, transfer in, qualify on the pole here for the main event, lead a race high 26 laps, and bring home the victory. when I was talking with Greg, he said you guys had no communication. David was orchestrating the two of you. You simultaneously were making moves, and you were able to keep not just one, but three separate lanes of momentum at bay for a majority of this race.
I'm telling you, Greg Palmer just, he took me under his wing, and yeah, we were reading each other's minds. I'd watch him move a little, and I think we got out of sync one time, I think, there early on, and it just, I felt he was not going to leave me. Like I said, we couldn't talk, and we were in an interesting situation. I don't know how well you guys were picking up on it, because the subtleties here on that last run before the final caution, we were having one more round of green flag pit stops to go. If from pit stall one under green, it's not a good exit. You're at a serious disadvantage. Coming out of there under caution, it's great. I gained 4 spots, but I'm on now leading that whole section with Greg pushing me. I'm in 2-can territory. I am not a can and a half. I'd need a caution, but the guys back in the draft even or probably be able to do that can and a half on that final stop, and that's huge. You take the number 1 pit stall, and me having to take 2 cans. I was gonna have to pull off the pit entry of all pit entries, even better than the one in the Nate Balzer cancer awareness race last week, to try to make up that deficit, and that caution just saved us. But it coming to the end on the final run, I could almost feel Greg's lead. You could see the momentum, and he's digging it every week. He knows what he's doing, and I felt really comfortable with him there. And we could just that last move to the inside, we had to have ESP. Like Bones was saying, he's thinking of going inside. And, we're going inside, and we just moved. I guess you saw it. It looked like sync. We did not plan that. It just was completely organic.
Yeah, Greg told us as much. Going from the organization of putting this event together to the planning of it to everything up to tonight, making sure that everybody is in their correct heat races, the execution of that, and then having the pressure here tonight of trying to hold off 30 plus drivers in your rearview mirror. What were the range of emotions like after you crossed the start finish line?
It started before that. When the caution comes out, it's Bones, and I had the fortune of leading under, a couple of those cautions. So, and then starting the race, it's showing him Bones just leading the pack, riding around, and I'm wishing he's in that car and thinking he's in that car, and I'm kind of was talking to him there at the end, like, I'm here. I don't think I'm going to get here to the end. It's just, how those things go. I said, but I'm here now, and like I told you, I think we got it in the interview yesterday, to me, what you guys did up to this, and then putting on that insane production of the qualifying. Seth, you nailed it, Seth. It went perfect. You got to be so darn proud. I cannot wait to take every minute of it in. That was a huge thing, and just everybody just can't thank you enough for that. So I was worried about the production of that. The racing was going to be the racing. You can't control it, especially in the super speedway, especially when you get a whole bunch of guys that may not be used to racing together, and some high stakes. But I think that's what swung it. I think everybody knew what we're here about, and we knew what we wanted to show, and we did for Bones. I mean, he can't not be proud of what we did tonight. He can't not. It was a heck of a thing, and I got a 10-hour list of thank yous, but man, it was a great race. I can't wait. I can't thank you guys enough. Seth, your whole damn team, Jack, Kyle, and Michael. It just I can't wait to watch it. I can't thank every single person that participated, every single person that couldn't be here and desperately wanted to. You can pick every date in the world, and we tried to go after. We knew we needed a weekend just because of the volume of people that and the length of the event was going to be, and went even longer as you did. So it was a production, and we tried to go well after Labor Day because we had that luxury, and then before the holidays, before Halloween, and so there's still some people just couldn't make it, and it's just that I know they're upset about it, but the people that did, and everybody that didn't make it contributed, sent their well wishes, did interviews, sent their support, and just thank you.
I have to mention this as well before you do your thank you, Sean, because I kind of had to chuckle here tonight. I don't know if you remember back on the Monday night after we unfortunately learned about David's passing, we ended up having, I think just after they had taken the checkered flag, the game crashed on the broadcast, and we weren't able to show the finishing results. And you said, that's David just messing with us. We understand tonight in the second qualifying race, you guys got an early white flag. So I feel like he was kind of behind the scenes messing with you guys a little bit again tonight.
Yeah, it didn't seem to happen to me, but it happened to several guys. It's the most bizarre thing. I mean, I'm watching my F1 at that point of the race. You know, I'm not worried about tire temperature pressure. I'm watching my mirror and my F1 trying to remember if it's just the white flag lap or two. You know, so I knew exactly where I was. But then Josh was like starting to move, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's on now. You know, he thought he was fanning out for the checkers. it was the white. So we got it done. You know, I mean, the little minor hiccups like that, we survived. And, like I said, we only ended up sending about 6 guys home. I feel horrible we did, but they got a race, and that's what David wanted. They got a full televised broadcast race, and they were great races. So I hope everybody is walking out of this place with a happy feeling and thinking that they all helped do David proud. And that's it, and the racing was amazing. And yeah, I won. It's gonna stick with me for a while, of course. But it was it was a great thing. So Jess was driving that beautiful Rodney Sullins created Bones tribute car. I would have pushed that thing to the end too. And when she popped up in front of us, and we just made the right moves. And everybody I moved away from, I apologize, and anybody who's back in that line, because I couldn't see. I had just that big white Hooters 22 planted in my mirror. I'll see you there, and I'm shouting you out now. I cannot thank you enough. I know Josh was one of them in there, and again, just really appreciate it. The car driving tonight, I love my Rodney Sullins paints, and I've driven some really awesome ones. But one guy who means a lot to us all here is I mentioned in the thing is Jason Scheck, and he was really upset that he could not be here, and he's for darn good reasons. And he had painted this car for himself, and he was going to ride it because Jason does great paints too. And he asked me would I mind driving it. I'll put a 15 on it, and so that's that he did, and that's there. And Jason, I've done you proud. I hope you're doing okay, brother, and hope to see you again really soon. And yeah, we stuck in victory lane. I know you're proud of that qualifying lap. That I can do that, and then and old school. I remember the racing, but I'm getting old mixing it up with these guys. It's nice to come out on top once in a blue moon, but I know a lot of guys didn't want to pass that car. I'm sure that was a part of it, but man, I did everything I could to keep it trimmed out and make him not want to.
Well, you definitely did that. The guys can tell you that when we were watching the qualifying results come in, prior to you setting your lap, there was actually a tie for the pole position, and I was saying, somebody break it. Sure enough, you went to the top of the board and start P1, finish P1 here this evening. Well, Sean, I know you've got a lot to do here in terms of thank yous and everything, so I'm just going to open up the floor to you, give you the mic. It's all yours, my friend.
Well, first starting with thanking you guys again. You made this special for us. We did our part, but man, did you do yours. And I cannot thank you enough. And we shall talk. Again, thanks, to Bones' family. Thank you to them for everything they let us do and provided for us to put this thing on. The content was simply amazing. I'm sure heartbreaking. I'm sure, like I said, some of the things while I'm talking here, I'll find it. The family had shared with me. They don't mind in the text messages, but while I'm doing that, thanks to staff, thanks to Jeremy, because I'm leaning on that guy like you can't believe, and Jeremy just keeps taking on responsibility and responsibility and responsibility here, and I don't know where we'd be without him right now. We've got impossible shoes to fill with Bones, but Jeremy's carrying a lot of load, and he needs a lot of credit. But all these guys here, that make it all happen. Jeff Supta gave up his night tonight of racing to help oversee us and make sure that everything was going okay, and look at things if we needed them looked at, just to dedicate, put the group and Bones and everything above your own racing and the guys that couldn't make it. But I'll start right at the top. Jeremy and Josh and Tim and Rodney and Jeff and Ron Haglin, and on Tuesdays we've got Grant with the iRacing, and Mitch and Terry Bumbard. Doug Woolley was here tonight. The whole. I mean, I've heard from people from just about darn everywhere, and like I said, Leanne and Amber, Bones' daughter, sons Josh and Nick. They've been there. As you can imagine, we're doing this for the reason this has been a hell of a tough time. A hell of a tough time, and they are surviving. They are digging. Is everything that Bones was to us, he was to them. it's a void. You don't get a lot of quality people like that just are there, as a force. And thank you to them. It just can't, I just can't. Dante was here tonight. Here's a guy that, I look forward to hearing Dante's interview. Such a special relationship with Bones. Happy to see him here tonight. And we're also got to remember, the people we lost besides Bones. Wiley's out there, and this event hopefully will serve, as an annual event where hopefully we don't add many names to that infield there, but we get to pay tribute to all of our departed guys. And I'm sure I'm going to miss somebody in here, but I think I run the gamut. And my apologies. I'm a little spent, as you can imagine. And oh, geez, I have to thank my wife, Marianne. Okay, some people know it's not been easy for her, and I told the guys at our staff meeting before any of this happened with Bones that hey, I gotta step back. Family first. I've got to prioritize it, and we've been busy working that front. But she has let me the latitude and helped me even pulling. She pulled all the random draws for the qualifiers. Supporting me to let me be in here every damn day and do all these details and write way too much and say way too much. And trying to get guys that are already overburdened, all have their own lives, and hey, can we get this done? Hey, can we get this done? And they get it done, and that's the heart of what we are about, and the heart of what drew us here, what keeps us here, and hopefully we'll keep this place going, for a long ass time to come. And I'm going to shut up now because I will talk you all to death, and eventually it's just going to stop. So, thank you.
Well, Sean, congratulations on a job well done here tonight. A job well done overall in the organization, the execution of this thing, and your entire admin team as well. Congratulations on winning a very meaningful race here this evening. You can say that you were the first to take the checkered flag in the Bones 00300. We'll let you go. We'll let you decompress, get some rest here, take this all in. Congratulations on a job well done here tonight in picking up the victory.
And you won't have to worry about blowing up your phone tomorrow morning, although it probably will again just to say thank you. I'll tell you, can't thank you guys enough, man. Cannot thank you guys enough. I can't wait to talk to Leanne and them and see what they. Oh, hang on. If you want to hold on 1 second, I'll tell you what they said because it was cool.
Okay, yeah, go right ahead.
It's from his daughter Amber, and she said she truly appreciates what you guys are doing, sends the hearts. I see how much he touched your lives, and I love hearing these stories. I hope I'm forever a part of this racing family. And then she said she's truly in tears. I wish I could hug all of you guys. And it certainly extends to you, because they've been talking about you and what you've done. So thank you again, guys. And that's it.
Absolutely. Well, Sean, once again, congratulations on your victory here tonight. Well deserved.
Thank you, guys.
Sean Prime, the winner of the inaugural Bones 00300. Again, want to thank those kind words there from Leanne Cannon and David Cannon's entire family. This one, we put just as much effort into this as the organizers and everything did too as well. These type of races, these type of memorial events that have this type of meaning behind them, you just want to go that extra effort. I know that we've been thanked here as a broadcast group here at FRN, but I want to take the opportunity here as well. I can only do my job if I've got the support to allow me to be able to do it. Jack, Michael, Kyle, it was all hands on deck here tonight. You guys were more than willing to answer the call. I want to thank each one of you for joining me tonight because you made my job a heck of a lot easier.
Well, it was definitely an honor to be a part of the broadcast for this special race, and gotta say it's pretty fitting that Sean Prime was the first one to win. Think back to that race for the Itali Challenge last season when we first heard of David Cannon's passing. Sean Prime actually ran David's car in that particular race as a tribute, and then he goes on to win this thing tonight. Just pretty fitting. It seems like everybody in this race wanted to win, but it seemed like if they couldn't win, they were more than they were pulling for Sean if they couldn't win. So
yeah, it was definitely a huge honor to be part of this one. Obviously, like I said earlier, I'm not somebody that knew David personally, but to be even just a small part of this. It really just feels like the NR 2003 community. In a way, it's one big family, and that really felt that moment of unity tonight. So I'm very appreciative that I was able to be part of this broadcast here tonight, and I'm glad to have played even just a small role in this. So thank you for having me with this one.
Well, we thank everybody that tuned into our coverage here tonight as well. It was a long one here this evening. Started at 5 o'clock, ending here around 10:30, and I don't think that our viewership ever wavered. We appreciate everybody for tuning in tonight. Hope that you guys enjoyed what we were able to bring you, from the pre-race interviews to those incredible 2 qualifying races, and then to top it all off, an unbelievable main event race here tonight. Certainly did David Bones Cannon proud. We congratulate Sean Prime once again on his victory here tonight in the Bones 00300. Thank you all for tuning into our coverage here this evening. For Jack Mitchell, Michael Norman, Kyle Matthews, I'm Seth Cole.
Spoke for me.
I did indeed. Thank you all for joining us here on this Saturday evening. We will see you guys next time, as you've been watching another broadcast courtesy of FRN, the Flatout Racing Network.
This broadcast is the copyrighted work of Flatout Racing Network and may not be rebroadcast, retranslated, or used in any form without the express written consent of Flatout Racing Network and iRacing.com Motorsports Simulations. Flatout Racing Network would like to thank you for your support, and we hope